And after a long summer's break, the engines roar once more. We come to Daytona International Speedway for the GSI IVRA ClubSport Series for the 23-24 season. It was a tightly contested season last year, but in the end, the champions actually had a bit of a jump. So I wonder if the competition is going to be a bit closer this time around. We have quite a few races, 6 between now and March, where we will find our champions for this season. It's certainly going to be an interesting one. Myself, Cameron Roger, and Lorenzo Bonda will be bringing you through this broadcast day for the 500 kilometers of Daytona to start the season before we go to Road America, Road Atlanta for 700 kilometer races. We go back down to 500 kilometers for Indianapolis before we finish the season with VIR and Interlagos. So one race every month for the next 6 months. Lorenzo, is going to be a very, very interesting season, I think, and there's a few changes coming this season too.
Absolutely, I like this season as it stands. It's basically an American season if you think about it, a mixture of what IMSA does in the Michelin Pilot Challenge. It's except for Brazil, if you want to call it at that. They don't go to Brazil as far as I'm concerned, but it's a really good balance of tracks that challenge all the cars, all the drivers itself. It should be a very compelling season with, I would say, with one of the most balanced grids we ever had in IVRA since its conception, like many moons ago.
Yeah, absolutely. And for this season, one of the biggest changes that we go from the 3 class up to 4 classes for the format for this season. As ever, we'll have the classes that you would have heard of over the last few seasons. Well, the TCRs, we got the sport category, which is your GT4s, and then we have, of course, the Cup class for the Porsche 911 Cups. But the big change for this year is we've added a 4th class. We haven't done any changes. We've made an addition. We now have the Ligier GS P320 LMP3 as well. So a prototype category coming and increasing the grid size as well. We've got a maximum of 55 cars out there over the course of the 4 classes. Is going to be something a little bit different for these drivers to work out from. No longer the Cup cars, the top category. They're going to have to be looking in their mirrors as the prototypes come past them. And also, therefore, we're going to see potentially a change of a dynamic in terms of how the egos and everything play out with the multi-class aspect. It's certainly going to be an interesting one for this season of the ClubSport series, and I can't wait to get started. As ever, we'll have the qualifying coming your way in a few moments' time. There'll be an individual qualifying session for each of the classes that'll be out there. So here is what we're going to see today. The TCRs will get a 15-minute qualifying session before the sports, the GT4s, go out. Then we'll get the Cup category for the Porsche Cups go out just after that before finishing with the LMP3s. Then there'll be a short sort of warm-up session where the drivers cool down after the qualifying and get themselves ready for the green flag race today. 88 laps here at the Daytona road course. It's certainly going to be a lot of fun. Lorenzo, 500 kilometers are one of the slightly shorter races. Might only be about a 3-hour race tonight, but of course, strategy, even in 3-hour races, is going to be important.
Yeah, and also in the racetrack where normally we see fuel saving at its best. Basically, start to finish, people are going to be thinking about that. Maybe not in the TCRs. TCRs might be a different perspective because they can go all the way for 90 minutes if they want to. So it becomes more of a strategy race of maybe under fuel on a final pit stop or something like it to get an advantage on your competition. But the other categories is going to be quite interesting because it is a high-speed track. You're pretty much basically your foot down on the pedal most of the time. It's still going to be quite of a race where it has that traffic mentality that you have to navigate traffic pretty much perfectly. So can't wait to see what this qualifying will have as a story and then the race afterward.
Yeah, so the first qualifying session is underway. Here's your TCR qualifying. As ever, it's one sort of whole qualifying session as such. That has been split up into those 15-minute sessions with a minute or so break in between, which is why I've got an hour and 5 minutes. But of course, TCRs, we'll be having, we expect to have the shortest or the longest lap time, I should say, around here. So they'll obviously take the longest to complete their sessions. Therefore, they actually, in some ways, get less laps in the qualifying session. So the drivers need to be nailing their laps. So as you see, look at the train of cars. The slipstream can be a huge factor around the long straights on this sort of circuit.
Absolutely, and I think this is something that we've saw during the IMSA Global Sports Car Championship. You know, it's everybody's gonna give toe. This is a track where like having the toe, having someone to work with is gonna be quite essential. It kind of mimics a little bit of like watching Monza in F1. You know, everybody got to give toe to one another, or you don't want to give toe to someone else going around the track. So it's that thing of finding the right partner at the right time and being able to navigate with your partner and dance around the ballroom appropriately, as we have one of the cars off going outside of the Le Mans chicane. I still cannot get used around with saying Le Mans chicane. I'm just gonna say bus stop. I don't know if you're that kind of guy, Cam.
I mean, it's the bus stop. It is the bus stop, but I guess yeah, on paper it is the Le Mans chicane, and yeah, that was actually one of the newer entries to this season. Actually, a Moroccan team, Gorio Autosport, with Akram Zenounen in that car. He's got Daniel White, his teammate, also in that. As we get in the first lap times coming in, Team Hoisingveld, the 1:48 machine, going to the front on a 1:57.275, and closely followed, actually, by Wave Italy at just 32 thousandths of a second. Then we get Cortine, the 1:46, and this team actually know from many years ago, back in the sort of RFAC scene, coming to iRacing now and coming into the IVRA ClubSport Championship. It's great to see them, a Czech Republic team, getting involved this year. But of course, the lap times will further continue to come in over the course of the 15-minute session. If we look at the TCR category last season, it was actually Team Hoisingveld in that number 48 car that took the championship, but they had it by an absolute mile last season. In fact, they won all of the races apart from the final one at Suzuka, so they had massive control over that one. So I have to see if they're going to come out or if someone can challenge them this season.
And also not only that, it's going to be quite interesting see not only these teams, a lot of these teams as well in TCR. For me, it's like they know their cars, they know how to drive their cars. The technical speciality around them is quite something thrilling for us to watch. Like the way Italy guys has always ran in TCRs, the Team Hoisingveld as well. Obsidian have specialists in that car. It's kind of scary. And for me as well, it is a little bit of a preview or a snippet of what we're going to see as well in the sister or the bigger sister series in the Neo or the 24-hour series we're going to cover tomorrow here at RaceSpot. Because if I remember correctly, and I was looking through the entry list, I think 60 or 70% of that entry list, I think that Obsidian's having a little bit of an issue on the horseshoe, is also on that series. So like you're watching some of the best of the best of the best taking laps around here.
Yeah, you're right with that series. Of course, tomorrow, actually on Sunday. When you have series like that sort of overlap each other, you definitely will see a lot of the teams compete in both at the same time because, well, you're going to be up to speed with the car, going to be up to speed with everything, and as ever, obviously, two of the major championships that there are as well on the iRacing circuit. As we're coming back to an hour to go in the qualifying session, of course, we still have the sports, the cups, and the LMP3 qualifying to come, but the TCR's out so far. Impulse leading the way on a 56.556. Brabham Esports coming in there in second place, and Brabham actually they were third place in the championship last season, a little way off in the end, almost 140 points off Team Hoisingveld at the end of the season, but still third place in the championship is a good one for them. So I have to see if Brabham can continue their good run of form from last year, but they're about just over a tenth off as it stands. Team Hoiseveld still up there, third place, but of course further laps will come in as the session progresses. Here's the Wave Italy car, currently just shy of 4/10 off that pole position. As it stands, a long run to the line in these TCR cars. You really have to, keep the concentration around here before the next corner slaps you in the face. They do a 56.794, so solid one, improves their time, but not their position.
No, but what is kind of interesting for me is like how they're closely running against each other, you know, and there is no, we cannot say there's a balance of cars like the overpowering car, you know. We can talk to BOP later because they use the Elantra and also they are using the Veloster and the Civic, so it's 3 car categories for this one. So it's there isn't an overachieving car in this championship so far. So looking forward to see which car would perform best over a stint, and with this proximity of the teams and the high level of the teams we have on qualifying. Like, don't take qualifying for as it stands right now. Qualifying is one thing, then once race happens, is a total different beast of its fashion.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a different sort of driving style in some ways as well, with how you want to control a car over the long stints. Also, I find in qualifying, especially when you see these slipstream games, they can often be maybe an exaggerated speed for some cars. If they get in the right position in the pack, you can definitely gain quite a bit of time. As looking at the actual sort of cars, the car choices, it looks like there's a lot of Hyundais there in that. In that train right there, seeing that they obviously are the most favourable car from the choices out there. Of course, we've got the Audi and the Honda as well to be chosen for. There is potential for a BOP adjustment from the championship organisers, but as ever, teams just choosing what they think is fast and what they can get away with. Look at this massive train though as they come out onto turn 4.
You're talking about BOP?
I'll just read it in the rules. There can be BOP adjustments. It's always a sketchy one to talk about, of course. I mean, if a team is fast in one car, then loads of other teams start going with that car as well. As we're seeing, of course, all these slipstream games. This looks like a race, actually, in this qualifying session. They come through turns 1 and 2, trying to find... I mean, they're not going to be setting the fastest lap times as it stands, but they're just trying to get themselves into position for some further races, further laps.
Nice dive. Like... the geodesic car having a little bit of a scruffy entry through the horseshoe side by side, and I think given the fact they might have to bring it back to the pits in a little bit, I think they might be happy or satisfied. Oh, let's just have a little bit of a argy-bargy, a little bit of an emotion to have some race going right here. But you can see basically the full train of cars starting from geodesic, Impos, Hoiseveld. From what it looks like, the fourth car might be the XPD Emerald car, or the fifth car might be the XPD Emerald. So it's like, this is what you're gonna see for about 3-4 laps when this race begins, and this might break off after like a few moments when the LMP3 traffic hits these cars.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be an interesting one once it all sorts itself out. But look at that, almost 4 wide as we come through NASCAR 2 onto this back straight. This is crazy. This is an actual race. They try and work themselves into a line. Of course, the exit the bus stop is basically the final corner before you get the momentum to start your next lap in qualifying, and that's why they want to find their place in the traffic to not be held up. But certainly racing and qualifying, maybe not the best way. We're just finalizing some of the graphics, get them back up on your screens in a few moments' time, so apologies for that. But we will see the lap times come up very shortly, of course, before this TCR qualifying ends, and then we go to the sport category. 55 minutes remaining, so about 5 minutes, I think, remaining for these TCRs so far. So we're going side by side once again with geodesic there on the outside. This is not how you want to be starting your qualifying lap, losing yourself crucial tenths of a second already in turn 1.
Absolutely, but you'd think, oh, they're losing massive time right there. You can pretty much make the time that you lost, and that wouldn't be a major time loss. I've seen guys go side by side on turn number 1 on the outside and inside, because that kind of funnels in, and it does give you grip. you can make that time up a little bit after the other corners. So it's quite interesting. This infield aspect, a part of Daytona, for me, I think more so than the other tracks that we see infields like Homestead. Pocono has an infield, but it's not run often. Um, it does give you some interesting contrasts, you know, of how you get around of time improvement as we're watching the Obsidian car. And Alex Torres, I think Alex has decided to back off a little bit, going to follow the more faster traffic. For example, might be behind the hoisting belt team, next to be the Emerald, but nevertheless, it's something that for me is quite compelling because you don't if you lose time in one corner at the infield, you can make up at the other parts of the track itself because there's so many different lines you can kind of like optimize over one line itself, over one corner. So it's for me that's why it makes Daytona for me is one of the best races to not only commentate but to race and also to view as a spectator in any endurance race or series around the globe.
Yeah, I agree. It's probably one of the best of the sort of roval style courses out there. It is a bit difficult actually when you have an oval race to have an infield part of the track. It's not always the easiest. The 161 there jumps up to provisional pole position, getting past the 133. But just look at how close the times are up towards the front there, just 3.5 tenths covering the top 5. As it stands so far, 9 cars setting the times, although at the bottom couple of cars there for Gorio and Core, unfortunately just a little bit off the pace. But most of the cars here that we're seeing in this train are, of course, just following each other and getting themselves into that time of those. Couple of the cars pulling over Impulse Airwave. Italy, as they don't grab themselves, they don't want to really get involved. They want to have a clean lap, potentially for their final lap in the session coming up.
What is interesting for me is the fact that the top two, not top two, but the first 2 cars are the new ones. You know, it is the Gorio and the Core. So maybe the new ones, you know, trying to dictate how the strain is going to go, give them a little bit of a room. But now you can see a little bit of a lift off from JD Rodriguez in the XPD Emerald car, you know, trying to give some pace to what it looks like to be the Hydro Race Geodesic car in front of them. So that's how tricky, you know, qualifying in a class like this can be because, like I said before, shades of Monza, you know, you're always within the draft. Draft here is king. It's very good if you can get a fast qualifying lap on clean air, but it's not going to be mostly that case. It's not going to be the fastest lap ever. As I think they might have one more shot at this prior to coming to the pit lane, as some teams are already done with their stints. As we're
looks
gonna
like
get into GT4 maybe.
Yeah, it looks like that's going to be the end of the qualifying for the TCRs. The 161 of Wave Italy leading the way there in that qualifying session. Of course, we have the 4 classes and 4 qualifying sessions coming your way. But before we move on to the sports and the GT4s, let's have a look at the results for the TCRs. Seemed to be a bit of a slipstream fest there, as you would expect around a track like this. 2.5 mile oval, of course, with the basically the chicane on the back straight and a few hairpins on the infield. So a lot of straightaways coming your way. But here's the grid for the TCRs. We had Wave Italy getting that pole position by just under 0.2 of a second, with Alex Torres and Obsidian in that second place. Viva 9 Camp is getting 3rd place for Impulse before Brabham Esports get your 4th position. Team Hoisting Belge, your reigning champions, are down in 5th, with Hydro Race Geodesic in 6th position. Bit of a jump there between the lower parts of the pack. We've got Emerald Racing there in 7th place before Core and Gorio round out your 9-car grid for the TCRs, who will be getting underway for the 500 kilometers of Daytona in a short while. But of course, the qualifying session continues as ever with the next classes coming out. We'll have the sports and the GT4 cars coming out for their category. Once again, they will get a 15-minute session to set their laps for the grid. And it's always an interesting time, Lorenzo, with these longer qualifying formats, because classes who aren't driving now, they basically get a huge break and a cool down before we go and start the race later.
Yeah, I'm actually curious, because you do some racing with Mr. Lulu McGlade yourself.
I did one race with him.
Yeah, but well, you're more of a. I know that you raced again with Lulu, but I know also you're very competitive driver of sorts in other series.
Oh, I am too competitive, some would say.
Yeah.
That's how I've ended up in the commentary booth, I guess.
Well, it's the story of our lives, so you can say that. But actually, on that note, if you have those qualifyings of these long qualifyings, like 1 hour, a half hour, depending on how many classes we have, like this one, what do you do in terms of a break? Like you are the car category that goes first, like the CCRs or the GT4 that goes second, and you have basically half of the qualifying to chill or something like that. What do you do to concentrate in between? Because for me, I just stay in my own, just eat my bag of chips, or I get up and do some stretching, or I go up and fill my water bottle. What do you do to prepare yourself from qualifying mentality to race mentality?
Yeah, I've never done a session where it's like this with the 4 classes. I've done it when it's 2 class, but in that occasion I was always the second class. So I basically just got a little bit of a break before I started. But then, of course, after my quali was done, we basically went straight into the race. So there wasn't a break afterwards. But I definitely agree. Sometimes you do have to you can't sit in the rig the whole time. You've got to get up, you've got to walk around. Yeah, do your last little toilet break before the race starts, get some water down you, and that sort of thing. It's definitely important, though, to keep in the mindset. You can't completely switch off. So it is a bit of a tricky one, especially when you're going into an endurance race as well. You've got to keep that concentration. Certainly not easy to do, and especially for these drivers now in qualifying, as you mentioned earlier, you drive fairly differently in the qualifying to how you do in the race. You've got to be a bit more aggressive, got to get the tyres into a window as such. Just for that 1 or 2 laps where you can push that little bit harder, as the sports, of course, are on your screen for their qualifying session. Here's Echelon Racing, got Joshua Burke at the car, at the seat of the car, I should say, at this moment in time. And remember, you can denote the different classes with the car numbers, which is probably the important factor. The TCRs had the number 100s, and the sports have the number 400s. Something to look out for over the course of the season. But as ever, Lorenzo, look at the teams already playing those slipstream games in this qualifying session.
Yeah, another basically case of finding your own partner to dance around the ballroom. Echelon and Percent the Nomad kind of like know each other, so from not only the ClubSport but also the Endurance series, so it's gonna be quite interesting to see them going around the track. And from what it looks like, we're seeing a whole field of Mercedes-Benzes. So I've seen the huge ass team has the BMW M4 is the newest addition in the calendar, since now iRacing can go 12 cars side by side going to turn number 1, as Josh Burke relieves on the pedal of gas and goes into braking to follow another Percent of Nomad car around.
Yeah, that's actually a quite good point, of course, with the increased car allowance as such for the servers. That's opened the door to the likes of the LMP3 being added. We've got the Elantra in the TCRs, and also the BMW M4 in the sport category. But this Mercedes seems to be the one to go for. I remember way back, early part of 2023, we had the Raw before the 24, and there was a huge battle between all of the Urano drivers at the time. We had, I think it was Luca Kita, Dylan Scrivens involved, loads of them, all of them coming out, of course, individual race, but so there's about 3-4 your honours, all pushing each other to the front of the class. But as it stands, though, Hydro Race Geodesic in a couple of McLaren 570Ss getting up towards the front. We got another Hydro Race Geodesic car in 8th place there in the Porsche 718 Cayman, which is interesting to see that team splitting their cars between the different teams, and of course potentially splitting their sort of their luck as such with how everything works out, how the cars work out over the season. Slightly bigger grid than the TCRs here. We've got 17 cars so far setting lap times.
Yeah, just curious who's driving that McLaren, who's driving the Porsche, because knowing from, if I have to guess, and I cannot see, yeah, there we go, thank you so much, Dustin. It's Frank Smith's driving that 463 Hydro Ratio Texa car. If I have to guess, I kind of figured the P1 would be Justin Rem. I know he loves his McLaren. He does that in official series. Like if there's one thing, if I ever see in official series, whenever they drew the Michelin Pilot Challenge or the GT4 series, I think back when it had last season, if you see a McLaren with the geodesic livery, you know 90% of the time is either him or Vigo driving that car. So it's like it's given. You know it from like a mile away. So and he loves that car. He drives it like no one else can. As now Fiercely Ford goes up in the board by 0.005 of a second. And actually, I want to get in point with you because I've always been that guy that likes to bring you a discussion about this. Do you, whenever you, let's just say you try to go for a qualifying or you practice yourself to go for a race, do you go over the hot lapping like a qualifying, because qualifying is basically a hot lap, or do you focus on an overall stint and how the car performs for the longevity of it?
Ooh, I'd say I generally focus on stints, to be honest. Because qualifying's never been quite my strongest category. I'm always decent in qualifying, but yeah, pretty average. Not at the back, but not at the front either. Rarely get up towards the front. So I definitely focus on the stints a little bit more. But if you do those extra, maybe 20 or so qualifying lap practice, I think that definitely sort of has a bit of a gain. The feeling of the car is slightly different. I don't work times a little more, especially by the end of the lap. You can pull that row by the end of the stint touch. Yeah, it's just very tight. Feel quite different. So yeah, be careful with how you sort of work tight. It's definitely worth doing that. Of course, I was happy to see who comes out on top in this qualifying next session. So far, Dexen and GSI, all of the triple machine lead by a 52.0007. So far, just 0.005 of a second ahead of that Hydro Race Geodesic car. But as ever, the time's close in behind. We've got Impulse in 3rd place. We've got Glacier. They were in 4th, but they've now just jumped up. Just 27,000 of a second from that pole position as well. Certainly going to be a good one. In this category, last year was Hydro Race Geodesic getting the victory by 70 points in the end from Hugh Jass in 2nd place, and German Sim Racing rounding out the top 3 in this category. Impulse getting 4th place, so they're currently 4th now. Let's hope for them that they can jump up a little bit further. But German Sim Racing after the first couple of laps, maybe a little bit lower than they would have wanted.
No, yeah. I was gonna mention that. For me, it's weird to see as now Justin goes up to the top of the board. Sabelt now also joining the fray. Basically a full 10th, full 10th behind the geodesic car. But I was going to say there are teams for me that are slightly tricky to see. In this. Can you say bottom half? Like the Hugh Jass team for me in the bottom half is kind of surprising. The Satellite Racing is also surprising. German Sim Racing is slightly surprising. So I expect some improvements at the very tail end of qualifying, but so far this qualifying has been very close, and it's gonna stay close through the longevity of it. But it's providing some really good, interesting racing so far for us. And seeing Glacier in GT4s for me is slightly awkward, given the fact they like GT3s and like to run the odd cars.
The GT4 is quite a fun category, though. I would say it definitely has its place in the world of racing, as there's Otto Pustainen in the Galacia 455 car coming across the line. Of course, you'll notice it with the that sort of light blue car. Although there are quite a few teams out there with the white, black, and the light blue, but certainly one to choose from. But look at the train of cars that Otto's in there, coming through turn 1 now and towards turn 2. So difficult to set your time because your time is really just governed by the cars ahead. That's why you need to follow some of the faster teams if you can do so. I'm talking about fast teams. iRacing Geodesic, the 463 is currently on that pole position. Finally getting into the 51, so Seibelt coming behind them as well, with Geeks Energy not too far behind, just 1.5 tenths really covering that top 5, just showing you how when you get in the slipstream of these cars, you basically just all do the same time.
Yeah, I remember back when we did, like, if there's things that I remember about when we were doing the IMSA Global Esports Championship, was like you're saying in similar times that I was remembering when Apex was doing the GT3s. I think that was the Porsche. Back then they were like dominating everybody else in the field, but their time lapse were like pretty much one of the same. I think they were doing about 142s, 143s, but it was like 143 0.90. The other car did a 143.901. And that was consistent. All like a full stint, nearly a full stint. 07, 07, 08, 08, 42.9, 42.9. I was like, how do you do that? How do you stay, in that constant synchronization? I know teammates and all, but you would expect that one lap you might have this this difference, but no, they were like this a full stint and basically the full race. So that we can see over here, maybe we can see between some of these teams as we move forward, but it's impressing me so far how close this qualifying is, with top 5 separated by a full tenth of a second, full tenth and a half if you want to say.
Yeah, top 16 within 1 second, which is always a good marker, as well as that 1 second gap and how low down it goes. And it seems like we've got a pretty healthy GT4 and sports field here. 22 cars, it seems, out there today for the first race of the season. Of course, 500 kilometers of Daytona coming your way after this qualifying session. We still have the Porsche Cups and the LMP3s to come out as iRacing Geodesic get a 1-2 as it stands. So we've got the 63 and the 62 machinery. The 62 is the McLaren and the 63 is the Porsche, and they're working together in that slipstream using the method of obviously like slingshotting each other past. And as it stands, the McLaren of the 462 is leading the way for iRacing Geodesic. But they are looking very, very strong. They've got about a tenth of a second margin now back to Seibelt.
It's kind of like seeing now Nod Jr. and Ricky Bobby going around the track. Shaking bait fuels.
Is that a reference I don't understand?
Oh wait, you never seen Talladega Nights?
No.
Please don't tell me you're not like Ewan O'Leary.
That depends what you mean, because I
it's
know
like,
Ewan's a
have
bit
you
weird
ever
about certain
seen like? All right, let me remove the Gran Turismo movies, but have you ever seen like Driven?
Nope.
Rush.
I've seen Rush, yeah.
I'm trying to think of other movies, racing movies, but then again, like, I'm slightly shocked that you never seen Talladega. Put it in your list. It's like a comedy movie, but it's worth it. Like all the memes that we talk about, NASCAR memes or like some racing memes, it's gonna be over there.
Yeah, I remember me and Arjuna had a really good conversation about this at the Nürburgring 24 a few months ago. We did, a couple of hours stint in the morning, of course. By that point, it's completely spread out. And we ended up talking about movies and that sort of stuff. And yes, apparently there is a few movies I haven't seen, so I need to just work out a whole long list and start binge watching them, I think.
Yeah, you do know that we YouTube chat is not very appreciative of the fact that you never seen Talladega Nights.
Well, maybe that is the on the list for the next few months. Then, I mean, can't watch all of them, as they as they say. The GT4 qualifying session does continue so far. Looks to be a bit stable. No one has really moved in the last couple of laps, but they still have. As you know, they don't. This probably will be their final lap of the session before we get to the Cup cars coming out in a few moments' time.
Yeah, I think this is basically going to be the last chance for what it looks like for some of these cars, if not already over. So if you can put up a time in the board, then it's basically crunch time. So you need to put like the foot down on the gas pedal, lift off when it needs to lift off. Make sure you have that rotation coming around the corners. But so far, really good close qualifying between every single individual here, and can look forward to see these GT4 cars, which I think they're great. They drive great. They do provide some really good fun racing, regardless of the track that you drive on. Whenever we have this race in about 30 minutes, as XBD Emerald, everyone's like we're going to exit out of the chicane at the bus stop, so don't know if that is going to be a major time loss for them.
Yeah, it's a tricky one because you have about 2 kilometer stretch. After that, so if you lose any bit of momentum, it's going to be very difficult indeed, as it looks like they are going to be completing that final lap of the day. Are we going to be seeing any final improvements of people jumping up the board so far? Lots of drivers, of course, jumping into the pit lane with their session done. I can't see any movements, at least inside that top 16 or so as it stands. So that might be the grid pretty much sorted, though still a few cars coming through. Here's the Apex 1 machine in the 401 category, and then 401 car in the GT4 category, getting a bit of a slipstream, trying to work their way up towards the line. And actually, if they can get sort of even half a tenth, they'll move a couple of positions. That's always an interesting one to look out for. So difficult, though, to find the absolute perfect lap around here. And even when you do get your car in the right position, you of course have to come out on top with that one. But no, unfortunately, they go into the pit lane. So that might be the final few drivers coming in before, of course, we get the Cup car category. RJD, they have jumped up there inside the top 10 in the 450 machine, moving their way up quite a few positions. Actually, they were a little bit lower down in the early parts of the session. We're currently there 7/10 off in that P10 as a couple of drivers still just completing their laps.
It's a good livery, if you ever want to call it one.
So yeah, certainly an interesting design. I do.
Yes.
What's your opinion on like an asymmetric livery like that?
It's like I like asymmetric liveries if they're well developed. You know, it's because there is a high chance of you screwing it up. You know, because let me go asymmetrical right here and do some crafty handwork. I've seen some beautiful liveries up in the past. I'm gonna say this is a beautiful livery. But I've seen bad ones here in the broadcast.
So the Cup cars are coming on to the track, which means the sport category and the GT4s have finished their qualifying session. So that is the grid for them sorted. So still 2 classes to go, and here's how it's going to line up for them. Hydrace Geodesic get a front row lockout. The McLaren beating the Porsche at the front there with Justin Rem just pipping his teammate Frank Smits. Then got Sabre Racing in 3rd place and Geeks Energy and fiercely forward on that 4th position. Glacier get 5th and Impulse Racing round out the front 3 rows. Arch Brothers get into 7th place with Wave Italy in 8th. The XBD Emerald car there in 9th place with RJD jumping up to the top 10 with that final lap on the board. SimCity are in 11th and Prestanda Nomad are inside your top 12. Apex 1 get 13th place, followed by German Sim Racing in 14th. Echelon with Joshua Burt, the first lap that we watched in the beginning of the session, but he ended down in 15th place. Kramer Racing are in 16th, with Course Sim Racing up to 17th place. World of Sim Racing finish 18th place, just over 1 second off the pole position. Hyperion are in 19th place. Hugh Jass from a really good season last year, getting a second place in the championship. They're down in 20th place in that BMW. They've got a lot of work to do in the race. And before Rusty Spatulas and Satellite Racing round out the final row of the grid for your sport category. But that does, of course, mean we move into our third qualifying session of the day, and the Porsche Cups come out for their first race as not being the highest category car. Of course, you've got the LMP3s to come after this one. It's a bit of a change in dynamic when we get to the race a little bit later. Of course, 500 kilometers of Daytona still to come. Well, Aztec SimSports Visceral, they were your champions last year. And in fact, they've got 1 and 3 in the championship. They were split by Impulse Racing at the end of the 6 rounds of the previous season. So Visceral certainly the ones to look out for moving into this season. Of course, you can never count out a load of the other teams in here. So let's see what the running order is going to be for the first qualifying of the season.
Absolutely, and this might be the category where you might see, I think, somewhat of a bigger gap between the cars. It's not going to be close to one another because TCRs, the cars are not fast, so it's easier for you to, lift off the gas, and also the fact that they're all front engine and they're also front wheel drive. It's a little bit easy for you to, brake and carry the weight to the front and make sure the car is stopping as appropriately as you want. Here's going to be quite interesting because now the cars are, rear mid-engine, rear mid-engine. So with that traditional boxer engine, so it's the fact of, making sure that your performance is up to the best available. And the gaps are going to be the widest. I don't know if there will be some sort of, what can you say, aero wash, because they do generate some aero push maybe into the bus stop, but it's still going to be a closely contested qualifying, where there's no favorites so far, and we might see a different scenario of maybe watching 2 laps and in lap, 2 laps and in lap, where because tires do operate differently in the Porsches rather than the other cars.
Yeah, definitely an interesting car with some of the techniques, of course, that we've seen over the past few years since its introduction to the top end of esports on iRacing. It's certainly I don't know if fan favourite's the right word, but it's certainly a very popular car, used a lot in various categories, and I actually quite like the addition of that in this series. I think the Cup car against the CCRs and GT4s is a really good balance, and it worked well as the top category. Now it's going to be the second category, so I have to see how that changes it so far. After the first round of laps, though, we got Wave Italy in the 916 machine leading the way on a 45.8. So what we're seeing is about 5 seconds or so between each of the classes so far. Orion get there, or Orion I should say, get there up into second place, with Kramer in third so far, 4 tenths off. But look how slow some of these laps are. Lorenzo, as you're saying, drivers just getting their tyres into the right window.
Yeah, and this is a track that it's quite interesting because you have the oval, you have this fast changing corners, but the fact they do not have the ABS to go, for example, like turn number 1 or the horseshoes, the car does operate slightly different on how you come to the braking zone. It does get quicker to heat up the tires, and if there's one thing I really want to bring up later is maybe the weather forecast, but it's your operating range takes usually a full lap for you to maybe get within a near optimal temperature and pressure for tires, and then you have to ensure that your lap 1 is not scrappy at all. You can actually do a very good first fast lap and then work towards a second lap where you still would have grip, but I don't know if that grip that you saved is enough for you to set a second blistering time.
Yeah, definitely something that the teams have had to work out over the recent times with the car, with the tires, etc. And as the next round of laps coming, Geeks Energy Sim Racing go to the front on a 45.299. Impulse just half a tenth back. As well, ATRS get up into third place with Visceral, your reigning champions, there in fourth place in the 901. So as you can tell, of course, with the numbers that we're using is all the 900s for the Porsche Cups, and the red window banners to come with that as well. Here's Kramer Racing down in 10th place as it stands, and 9/10 of a second from that pole position. 9/10 is a fair way, in many regards. You have to, especially around this track, you've got to really use the momentum well. Especially that Le Mans chicane, if you mess that up, you just lose time all the way down this straight. And look how the banking comes in, and the camera really has to tilt to the side.
I really wish, like, I'm probably gonna do that someday as a commentator. Like, whenever I can see the camera tilt up, I'm also gonna tilt my neck, kind of like tilt to the left a little bit.
Or to follow the car.
Yeah, to follow the car's movements. But also, one thing that is interesting about the number, and you were talking about it, is the fact that, like I said, I think like about 30 minutes before, prior to this, is this the sister series or like the entry series to what we're gonna cover tomorrow, the 24-hour series? Yeah, RaceSpot. Basically, the winner can get a automatic invite for the 24-hour series. So if you see, the numberings are pretty much the same as that other competition. For the Porsche, the 992 class, or the Cup class, or the GT4s, and also the TCRs, they do operate within the 9 as a starter for Cup, 4 for GT4, and 1 for TCRs. So that's why it's interesting for me. And also, is a series that kind of run the pretty much same lengths or similar lengths, depending on circumstances, to what the 24-hour series does. Of course, shorter races here than there. Usually, those are 6-hour races here, about 3 to 5 hours, depending on the length of the track and the length of the race, and if you have yellow flags. But it's still a very compelling season for you to, get around the kicks if you want to try to prove yourself in endurance racing.
Yeah, certainly. It's worked out to be a pretty good one, actually, with how it's worked out with the calendars and such, with IVRA, of course, starting up, of course, with the endurance series as well. We got this GSI ClubSport series and 24H series also starting. A lot of sort of winter-based championships as such coming your way over the next few months, and of course all of those mentioned, covered on RaceSpot TV. We've got Olympus Esports there working together with their couple of cars, try and jump up towards the front. Impulse go up towards the front. Huge lap from them, 44.877, over 0.3 of a second. Olympus fill that gap in there, go up to second place with their 9:46 machinery. Some fast lap times starting to come in. We're only halfway through this Cup session, so definitely a lot of time for some teams to improve, but some bigger gaps starting to come up the front.
Yeah, as we're approaching maybe the crunch time, where I think we're going to see teams be more aggressive. Right out of the gate, you can see Impulse, I think, coming in slowly. Oh, which car is out there, just going around the kink, taking the, can you say the rally cross line?
Yeah, that's not the quickest way around the circuit. We're seeing, of course, the cars slow down and try and get themselves into line and into a bit of slipstream potentially as well. Also, as we're seeing the drivers sort of do that extra slower lap, you've got to be careful and not getting in people's way and potentially getting penalties and such like from that one. It's certainly an easy way to do so. Here's the Wavisi car currently in 8th place as it stands, and almost a second off that fast lap time that we saw by Impulse not too long ago. As in the Cup category, it might be something to look out with how the teams are going to go, because Impulse number 15 machinery They are now, of course, the 9:15 and currently going back to the pole. They were second place in the championship last year, and their rivals, of course, Visceral, they're in that third place. So looking to come out strong once again as we come back to the slipstream chains as everyone tries to get themselves their final couple of laps in this session. Two drivers, of course, pulling off to the side there. One of them is that Impulse car. That's the 916, so not the one that's currently on that provisional pole position. And in fact, I can't see their lap time so far, so maybe just drop down a little bit from that. But of course, the drivers will be trying to hold on to these final laps, final couple laps before we get to the end of their session. We still have the LMP3s to come out, and of course, the new the new category as such. We need to see how that one is going to work out. A few actually quite nice teams signed up to that one, but we'll get to them in a minute. So plane lands in the background there, just as the session, of course, comes in. Plane spotters in the chat need to tell me what plane that was. It's too quick on my screen.
It's Trump. Sorry, it might be Biden. That might be Biden's plane. Actually, when I went to Daytona, I could see like. I went to Daytona in 2019. We could see from a mile away the Air Force One coming into the Daytona International Airport, which is, for those who never seen Daytona or seen that images of the airplanes coming up and down on the runway, the airport is nearly close or right next to the airport. So it's like you come down to the airport, you can basically walk yourself from the airport to the track. It's a walk, but you can basically do that no problem. So that's why it's interesting to have that thing as a background. It's kind of unique.
Yeah, it's cool to have the the plane moving in the simulation as well. But as you say, yeah, it's literally right next to the airport. There's all loads of time starting coming out now. Apex One jump into second place, Geeks Energy up to fourth, and SimCity up into seventh place as everyone is trying to get those final few laps. That's a little bit more like it now. 0.2 of a second covering your top three, and just, what's that, 0.6 of a second covering second and third place. As lap times continue to come in for the final few moments of this session. In 4th, 5th, and 6th place, they're only covered by half a tenth as well. Geeks Energy, Olympus, and Visceral. Here's the 944 machine of Orion. Just struggling a little bit so far. No one ahead of them as well, so no slipstream on this lap. And it looks like they are improving on this lap time, though, which will be a very nice one for them. Because, yeah, the difference between starting in sort of P11 and jumping up to maybe not enough to get to like P5, but we'll see about that one. But that is a huge starting difference. In the first couple of laps, it's always so difficult when you've got all of the cars around you. If you can be higher up in your class to start the race, it's always just that little bit easier. There's Mike Dam coming around the final couple of corners now. NASCAR 3, NASCAR 4, it will turn into. Then he just has to keep absolutely pinned, keep the straightest line he can on the steering wheel to not lose any thousandth of a second and to try and improve. P11 as it stands for the 944 machine. Any final improvements up the way? No, not quite, unfortunately, for them. Yeah, basically just not improving in that final couple of sectors. We do have a couple minutes to go, but I think just with the way it works out in the stints, everyone will be coming into the pit lane.
Yeah, I don't think those who can improve right now, they have to put a lap down and get it done immediately. I don't see maybe a lot of season improvement given the fact that half of the grid already went into the pit stop. I think they basically, this is qualifying done and dusted. So the only major improvement was the Apex One, coming from the back to the front, being P2. But Impulse Racing, is the one coming out on top. I think Nicholas Noda is going to be very appreciative of the fact that now Olympus, can they do something?
Oh, yes, they have jumped up to 5th place. That's worked out really well for them. Also doing almost identical times between their two sister cars, which is a really nice one to see. So Olympus, they were struggling a little bit in that mid part of the session, but they've jumped up 2 cars inside the top 6. And just trying to see if anyone else is improving or everyone's just coming back into the pit lane. Looks like that might just be it, but Orion still out there, as we saw. No slipstream though is going to be the biggest factor potentially, because that can gain you a decent chunk of time. It ended, actually, the sessions ended with some pretty close times. The early parts, we did see a huge jump for Impulse at the front, but loads of teams filling in the gaps in behind. So we should have a pretty close Cup category here. Interestingly, for Visceral, of course, they got one car up there in P3. Their sister car is down there in P7. They didn't sort of use each other to get identical times, pretty much like we saw with Olympus there. But maybe when we get into the race, we can see something like that. I think it was Apex back at the Daytona 24-hour. That's sort of January, February time earlier this year. They basically bump draft each other the whole way for the first sort of 12 hours or so of the race until one of the cars had issues. So it certainly can be done if you get a bit of a friend, a bit of team around here, as Olympus just complete the final sort of in-lap or so of the session before we get to the final round of qualifying. LMP3s are coming your way very shortly, and once these guys just come into the pit lane, we'll show you the result for this Cup category. Once again, a pretty strong field, actually, with the amount of cars that we're seeing out on track here. And interestingly, the gap between the top GT4s and the lowest 911s was about 6 seconds in, so that's the gap that we are looking for. But let's go to the results for that session. It is Impulse Racing on the pole position, and Apex One joining them on the front row. Visceral, your reigning champions, coming back to defend their crown, but they'll have to start from P3 for the first round of the season. Geeks Energy are in 4th place. Olympus, they get P5 and P6. That always looks nice when you get the two teammates side by side, and we'll try and remember those rim colors for denoting the different cars. Visceral, their second car, gets 7th place, with SimCity rounding out your front 4 rows. ATRS are in 9th, with Kramer Racing inside your top 10. Wave Italy are down in 11th, and Orion there in 12th place. Rounding out pretty much the final cars just inside 1 second, and Ryan Huff for SRM Motorsports is your 13th car for your Cup category. So the GT4 is certainly the most populous category so far, but that is not all of them. We have the LMP3s about to come your way. We have a load of them actually as well. Pretty strong field around here. And of course, it's a new category for the IVRA ClubSport Championship. We'll have to find out exactly how this one is going to fit in, but certainly the Renzo, it's nice to see those prototype chassis coming out alongside those GT cars. It's already getting a spinner there in the head.
Yeah, that's Preston the Nomad, who's having an issue on the Porsche. That's Jason Dilworth right there, not having the best of days in the number 56 car. But yeah, it's a new category, but it's not new for ClubSport. We were having the discussion even prior to the beginning of this broadcast on our RaceSport Discord between us commentators and those who have more experience, because we have some drivers who have driven the beginning of this, as now another car having an issue at the exit of the oval of the oval, the road part going to the oval. But the ClubSport originally was conceived by a prototype, if you ever want to call the Radical a prototype, more of a track day car than anything like that, but it does have the shapes of a prototype. Anyway, it was the Radicals that basically gave our first season ever in ClubSport. I just cannot remember if that was back when this was the old days of DGFX, but anyway, it's good to see a prototype back, even though it might not be the most popular prototype out of the bunch.
Yeah, certainly the LMP3 is a bit of a weird one, obviously being a step down from the LMP2. but I find it's almost a bit different to the way that the GT4 is a step down from a GT3 car. It seems to obviously fill in a separate way as the first few lap times come in, as ATRS jumping up by over a second at the front there from Kramer in second place so far. And you'll see all of these cars are the double digits cars, or at least below 100, boosted by VDS. They jump up there, but then the two Hydra Race GS6 come in. Delatraz as well, only a 10th covering the top 3 so far. Looks to be pretty competitive in the opening couple of laps of this qualifying session.
Absolutely. This car, if you can get around, it's provides some really good racing. The tricky portion of it is just dealing with the first few laps of this car. This car, the braking itself it's really tricky for you to navigate, as we're seeing the trifecta of the geodesic cars, unless I'm going crazy, and the Kramer Racing Esports have very similar livery. But anyway, that's Bull Rigger. But nevertheless, it's like it's going to be interesting to see how they navigate with this new category and with the braking of this car not being the most better performing brake at the very early portion of a cold tire stint. So looking forward to see the beginning of this new dawn for LMP3, or like some would say, the dentist category.
Yeah, often it's I say mentioned as the dentist category as such, but more of a gentleman's car as such in real life, as JDR graphics. They go up there to that P1 in the number 1 machine by just a 10th of a second from ATRS, looking very close up towards the front there. There's the Delatraz car there, currently third place in that number 8 machinery. And one thing that will be important to note for the race is these lap times for the poles. Delatraz retake the pole position there. There's only 3.5 seconds between the fastest Cup car and these LMP3s, which means the slowest LMP3s compared to the top Cup category aren't actually going to be that far away from each other, and that could prove quite interesting as the race goes on. Potential parts of the race, maybe with worn tyres, maybe with a few issues to the car, we could see some LMP3s actually slower than the fastest Cup cars, which can always be an interesting factor that they're sort of battling for an overall position between two different categories.
Yeah, basically for those who are unaware, this kind of like mimics of what GT3 car is, but for a lesser cost, or if you want to try to have a entry level prototype that can give you some top speed at the same pace of giving you downforce, but it's not like huge hunks of downforce. This is that car, because on top speed, actually the GT3s are better on top speed if you put them on the straight line, but on downforce they do operate better than the GT3 does. So it has that balance of finding that perfect setup on the car for tracks like this. We're gonna see maybe a bigger disparity, like in for tight tracks, for example, like the Interlagos at the final round, but looking forward to see nevertheless what these cars bring, as Graham Sanders might be a flying time here.
Yeah, might just do for some of these drivers, as everyone is still continuing to improve. Number 72 geodesic car getting up into 7th place, boosting VDS by undercut, jumping up into 9th place, and just about 0.6 of a second covering those top 8 LMP3s as it stands. But of course, still 7 and a bit minutes to go for all of these drivers to try and work themselves out. Is the number 98. That is the undercut car so far, and Herbigny coming into, of course, this Western Horseshoe. One of the cars actually offered an interesting place, maybe just getting out of the way slightly on the exit there. Are they still there? No, just going a bit slower. Hopefully they don't hold up that undercut car so much. They've got, and oh yes, they do actually, right on the inside. They must have an issue potentially to be going that slowly. Undercut surely losing quite a bit of time. They're not going to be too happy with that one, and yep, they back out of that lap. It was the it was Raikovic there having some issues. Trying to see if he's got any major issues with the car. I don't think he does, but at least going a little bit slow and a bit too slow at an awkward point of the race. That is why you need to be using your mirrors and your the relative. Oh no, he does have big damage on that front right hand of the car. And actually, I did think the front left looked a little bit lower, but it wasn't quite so obvious. But that right hand is definitely very obvious. And let's have a look at how this one happened. Having a bit of a battle, getting turned into the wall massively there, losing the front nose momentarily before eventually coming back on. But huge contact there as the drivers try and fight for some room. Yeah, just not the nicest of accidents coming into the pit lane, of course, to try and repair that, but probably won't have enough time with 5 and a bit minutes to go.
Well, you hit the nail on the head, and also if there's one thing here at IVRA is that you cannot tow the car back to the pits, even if you have a hit or something like that. If you have an issue, you have to be, you have to either request to the race control for you to tow the car back to the pits with a punishable penalty. Be applied maybe after during the race or something like to stay on track. I'm trying to remember. I think back when Apex, thinking if it was over here. No, it wasn't. Disregard what I was going to say, but I think this is a good thing, of you doing the qualifying, and kind of like mimic real life of you. Oh, I done my lap. What do I do? Do I go back to the pits and something like it? If I have to go back to the pits, do it like a normal driver would, just do your in lap, get new tires, fresh rubber, new fuel into the car, and do your out lap and laps accordingly. Do not tow it back to the pit lane like you can do in an official series.
Was Trek Esports there, jumped up into second place, just shy of a 10th of a second behind the Data Travs Automotive. That's Jim Hertroy's in that car as it stands for the number 33 machine, just using the slipstream very nicely there to slingshot past and get up into that second place. Just 4 minutes remain in this qualifying session. We've had 3 classes so far, the TCRs, the Sports and the Porsche Cups. And now's the final chance for the LMP3s to set their position on the grid for the first round of the GSI ClubSport Series for the 23-24 season. 500 kilometers of racing coming your way. Should take around a 3-hour race. So slightly shorter than some of the 700-kilometer races we're going to see in the next few rounds. But even though it's one of the shorter ones, you still want to be getting a good qualifying position. Here's the number 1 machine of the JDR graphics car. They jumped up to P1 a few minutes ago, but have since been dropped down to P3. But look at them in this train, trying to follow through, trying to improve those final couple of laps.
Interested to see what Boland's going to do around the track. He has some tow, I think, to work with. I don't think this is going to be a massive improvement. Which car is right in front of him, though? As they come out of NASCAR Turn 4, looks like the Moranis M car. As here comes Graham. Now it's going to be an improvement on his lap, but it's going to be close. Now Trek moves into the lead of this qualifying in the closing stages.
Interesting on that lap, improving with no slipstream ahead that time around. They got past on the previous lap, had a clear track. Just showing you, Jim Hertroy's maybe having some really nice pace in that 33 machine, getting pole by now over a 10th of a second and really putting the hammer down as undercut there, jump up to 7th place in the 92 machine, some 6/10 off that pole position. Yeah, great stuff to see such close battles so far. We go back to the Hydro Race geodesic cars, of course, following each other, trying to slipstream themselves up. They got 3 cars out there, currently up in 5th place, but this car on screen, 62, is down in 9th place, just behind their teammate of the 72. They need to try and work themselves together. Look at that, getting the slingshot towards the line, gains you that extra just sort of car length or so towards the line. Is that going to be a nice improvement for Graham Sanders then? The 62 machineries, can he jump up? Yes, he can. That's going to go up into 2nd place, and that is a very strong time with just probably about a lap left for most of these drivers.
I honestly thought for a second it was going to get the lead and he was going to get that lead by like maybe 1 or 2 thousandths of a second, but that wasn't the case for him. Nevertheless, really good lap by Graham Pre, for those who see him on Twitch. If he still streams nowadays, maybe, but nevertheless, it's a really good lap by the leading 62 car. Of course, there's still some time left in the board for their brothers to get a really good lap into it and see how it's going to be in this final closing stages. Now, Vipperman goes from 7th to 5th. We're probably going to have our final lap of qualifying moving forward.
Yeah, final laps coming in now. Adam State setting that lap time for number 11, but the number 12, ATRS, jump up into second place, just 45 thousandths of a second. So the top three separated by 59 thousandths of a second, and even the top four by just over a tenth of a second. Really close lap times here in the LMP3s. Just 30 seconds to go in this qualifying session to round out the 4 classes for the 500 kilometers of Daytona. Is there going to be improvements on these final few seconds? Can anyone do anything to change the time? Oh, huge slide there for Trek Esports. Hotoy's going to have to back out of that one. Don't think he's going to be improving. Loses all the momentum onto this back straight.
Yeah, that's a rip.
Yeah, number 1 improving, though, I believe, with Graham Bolin at the wheel of that one. That's the JDR car. Down into that 5th place. They were in P1, dropped down to P5 as the checkered flag comes out for these LMP3s. So final couple of seconds for these drivers in this qualifying session. LMP3s certainly coming out strong. 14 cars setting a lap time in those LMP3s. So as we said, though, the difference between the back end of the LMP3s and then the front end of the Cup cars is only about a second and a half. That's going to be very interesting when we get to the race. As Bolin there just backs out of that one. So I think as the session coming to the end for the LMP3s. Daytona, of course, being the opening venue for this season's GSI ClubSport series by IVRA. We've got six races to come your way between now and March. Well, we finished the season with the 700 kilometers of Interlagos. We move through Road America, Road Atlanta, Indianapolis, VIR before, as I said, Interlagos to finish the season. This qualifying session, of course, split up into those 4 separate categories. Getting those 4 separate pole position drivers, of course, as well. When we get to the race, we have potential for safety cars and things like that. All sorts of things can happen. So this qualifying is somewhat important for the first hour or so of the race, but you never know how that one is going to change over the course of the race. As the drivers come up towards the trial for another time. This is going to be an improvement for the geodesic cars just at the death and the final couple of laps coming in. Yes, they do improve, but they stay in that 7th place. The other geodesic car, the 72, actually jumps ahead of undercuts. That's a good improvement from them in the 72 machine. 8th position as they managed to follow their teammate through in that 7th place.
Yeah. Vipperman, Adam State, I think he's going to be happy. He's ahead of that geodesic row 4 by 1,000 of a second.
Yeah, very, very close times here between some of these cars. Also for the pole position, less than half a tenth for them, but I should say just a couple of thousand separating multiple of these drivers. But the biggest one to name, as you say, number 11 there, Vipperman, Adam State, just edging out for 6th place. Let's see, Higgins, yeah, not improving, coming to the end. So let's get the results for the LMP3s to finish this qualifying session for the first round of the season. Trek Esports get that pole position with ATRS alongside them on that front row. Hydra Race Geodesic coming 3rd with Galatras Automotive by Majors Garage there in 4th place. JDR Graphics Sim Sport are in 5th with Vithman Racing in 6th place, rounding out your front 3 rows for this LMP3 being introduced to ClubSport. Hydra Race Geodesic get their 2nd and 3rd cars on the 4th row with Boots and BDS by Undercut in 9th place. Prestanda Nomad are in 10th. We have Maradness M Squad in 11th place. Corsim Racing round out your front 6 rows, just shy of a second off pole position. Kramer Racing Esports are in 13th place, and Team Huizenveld are in 14th. A little bit off the pace that time, but we did see Rajkovic having a few issues, so I'm sure he's probably got a little bit more pace to come when we get into the race. But Lorenzo, what are your thoughts of that qualifying session? The drivers come out for a bit of a warm-up session before the race. Definitely some very close times there. And I wonder if that's going to continue when we get to the race. It's probably going to be, especially in the first half hour or so, it's going to be a lot of trains sort of following each other with just how close the pace is between all these cars.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit more brutal. You say half hour? I'm going to say 15 minutes.
Oof. You think it's going to split up after that?
I don't think. I'm nearly sure. It's because it's how you take the... how do you take the, for example, whenever the LMP3s come around the TCRs, right, and how they will navigate, or even going around the Porsche Cup. But the Porsche Cup is going to take much longer. It might take actually more than a full stint for them to come around the Porsche Cups. But coming around the TCRs and GT4s, where the gap in terms of the aerodynamics and speed are much more different, but the LMP4s are not the best aerodynamic cars coming into the corners. They do rely on some mechanical grip. It's going to be quite interesting to see those who navigate the best, and that's where the chaos can ensue a little bit more than usual around a track that it invites a lot of dive bumps, and because of it, it can provide a lot of attrition as race move forward, especially if we are in a very close contested race, as we might be in this championship for like 3 hours, for example, for the yellow flags.
Yeah, I think the safety cars and stuff like that might be, of course, a big factor as ever with the strategy and stuff like that. But the teams, of course, need to remain on top of that. The safety car procedure is obviously well known in the IVRA championships, being there in recent seasons, and of course manually sorted out as well, which is something just a little bit different to some other championships. There's a load of penalties as well that could be applied over the course of the race. There's a penalty box as such to stop inside the pit lane. And then, of course, various penalties going from just 5 seconds up to stop and holds and everything to 60 seconds, depending on what happens during the race. So you've got to be keeping clean, because even that 5-second penalty could be quite a big thing in some of these battles, as we're going to see. We're talking about some sort of trains opening up. There's definitely going to be sort of a situation where if you're slightly slower, you can actually hold on to the back of a top train. Maybe it's top 5 or something, work their way up towards the front. If you can be that 6th car and behind them, just get pulled along for the first half of the race, you'll eventually be 10, 20, 30 seconds up the road. If you then start in 5-second penalties, you lose that slipstream, and all of a sudden, your race is looking a little bit different later on.
Yeah, 100%. And like I said before, I think the first maybe 2 stints, 1 or 2 stints, depending how this race is going, as looks like to be the Echelon car, or the World of Sim Racing car that was having a little bit of a moment at the bus stop. But this might be a fuel race going from the start, especially on LMP3s in the Cup class, where the fuel saving might perform at its highest, might play at its highest, instead of you going to GT4s, where it's a little bit harder for you to save fuel, even though you can still save fuel. And DCR is just basically the ease down class. They can go more simple as they move forward.
And of course, as the drivers work their way through the warm-up session, we'll take an opportunity to go through some of the sort of teams and drivers over the course of the classes. Of course, 4 classes for today's race, and some of the major ones to look out for, of course, are the various sort of changes that we've seen. We'll start off, of course, with the LMP3s. This has been introduced this season, so it's been an addition as well. So a 4th category being added. That's going to be a change to the way that the traffic is going to work. They're only a few seconds elapsed, or 3 seconds or so elapsed faster than the Cups. So it will take obviously a lot longer for that traffic to come around to be a factor. And even on a green flag race, might be most of the race before we start seeing lapping between them and the Cup category, which of course is the Porsche Cups. Everyone knows them very well on the iRacing platform. They were the top class last year, and they continue this year. Then we get to the first class that has a choice of chassis, the sport category and the club chassis, with the GT4s that are involved in there. We've got the Aston Martin, the McLaren, the Mercedes, and the Porsche Cayman to choose from. In that one, although it is heavily populated by the Mercedes AMG GT4. Then, of course, the final class is your TCRs, where we have the Audi, the Honda, and the two Hyundais. Actually, there's the Veloster and the Elantra, which also reminds me the BMW M4 is also added recently to the GT4 category. And Lorenzo, how do you think, especially for the two bottom categories, with the way that obviously BOP is a little bit of a touchy subject to talk about, but the cars do generally just handle a little bit differently as certain types of track, and I wonder how the teams will come to the conclusion of what car they want to pick.
Yeah, for me that is quite interesting as well. GT4, the club category or GT4 category for me is a little bit of a more interesting one because the cars are very well balanced. It impressed me how balanced they are. For example, the S70 does get really good over a stint. If you know how to conserve the tires, it does give you better grip over the other cars. The Advantage GT4 might be the odd car out of the bunch, but still a good performance car, maybe on low speed or high downforce tracks. But the AMG does give you that V8 performance. The BMW might be one of the fastest cars overall, but it lacks on top speed compared to the other cars. The Cayman, I think, the all-around TCRs. I'm interested to see how they perform because I see no Audis. Audis on fixed TCRs, they are usually the quickest, but none seen here so far.
Yeah, it could also be, as we were mentioning, there's other series going on at the same time. Maybe some of the teams want to stick with the same car. But let's look at the schedule that they're going to run through over the course of this GSI Club Sport Series by IVRA, just starting for the 2023-24 season. 6 races coming your way, of course, pretty much all of them in America before we go down to Brazil for the final race. We start off with the 500 kilometers of Daytona. That'll be happening in just a few minutes time here at the Daytona International Speedway before we move about a month later, beginning of November, we go to the 700 kilometers of Road America. And then we stay at the roads for the Road Atlanta, 700 kilometers of that as well. We drop down to a 500 kilometers of Indianapolis for the 4th round of the season before going to the 700 kilometers of VIR and finishing the season with the 700 kilometers of Interlagos. And Lorenzo, of course, there's a certain style of racing, let's say, that some of these Americanized tracks have compared to some of the Europeans. I wonder how that is going to work. Actually, it seems like the warm-up session has come to an end, so we might be gridding very shortly. But just your final thoughts of the calendar.
It's just all American calendar, basically everything inside the American continent, South and North America, but it's a mix of grassroots with high, quality racing, but all tracks provide some really good racing overall on all categories, so can't wait to see the full season forward.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be an interesting one. 6 races as well. Not the most to get the points on the table, so you can't really afford a bad race here or there, especially if you want to fight for the championship, especially last season. Just looking a little bit further down, Viscera, who won the Cups, won 2 of the races, finished 2nd in the other, and then I think it was 4th place in the remainder. So all inside that top 4 in your sport category. In your GT4s, we had Hydro Race Geodesic. They won the first 3 races before a second and a couple of worst races to finish, but they already had that big jump in the points after winning the first 3 races. And then in your TCRs, it was Team Hoisingveld winning all of the races bar the final one in Suzuka. Remember as well, we do have points at the half race distance. It's been reduced slightly this year. It was 50% points, so 100 for a win and then 50 for the half race, but it's now been changed, so it's now 33% of the points, so something a little bit less this year. That does mean it's in many ways, it's less important, but still, Lorenzo, it's extra points to be gifted out at the half race distance.
Yeah, and if it follow also what the Endurance Series did, in terms of lowering a little bit of the stack of the halfway points, where now finish matters more than halfway finishes, because like back then the halfway points were basically halfway points, like 50 points out of 100 points. It's going to be quite interesting on how they do keep it clean around the track, of course, to try to minimize the attrition that we normally had back at the entrance and maybe some ClubSport races. So I can look to see how they will go around the track. And there you go, plane.
Yeah, got a nice plane in the back. To be honest, I'm not a plane spot. I got no idea what it is. Is it 320 maybe? I don't know, one of the smaller ones at least. But the drivers move away from the grid on the back straight. We have a short formation lap here, of course, to start the season. A season that will have plenty of racing and, of course, all the action that comes with that. Plenty of hours of racing as well. It's going to be a roughly a 3-hour race or so, but as ever, safety cars could be a factor that will slow the race down and change the strategy a little bit. We got the 4 classes to come. It looks like ATRS missing the grid though, so that is going to be a problem for them. Of course, 4 classes coming down towards turn 1 for the first time. The first time that we've had 4 classes in this ClubSport series. It's going to be an interesting one for how the 500 kilometers of Daytona is going to get underway. The LMP3s, in addition to the GSI ClubSport series, how are they going to handle that in the traffic? Of course, as ever, the Porsche Cups, the GT4s and the TCRs to come your way as well. 3 hours of racing roughly is going to get underway here at the Daytona International Speedway to start the first round of the GSI ClubSport series for the 23-24 season. And it looks to be a very nice launch there up towards the front from Trek Esports, coming down towards the first corner. We're still seeing some side-by-side battles in the background as everyone tries to work their way into a nice position. Looks like Hydrace Geodesic going side-by-side between their 2 sister teammates. Contact is made for second and third place as well, as it looks to be rather clean though for those LMP3s.
Yeah, now we have the Porsche Cup going on. From what it looks like, 1 car going off, but so far following on Snake Train behind everybody, and looks like to be very, very clean start for the Cup class.
And now the GT4s coming through as ATRS. They do rejoin us coming out the pit lane. Bit of contact there for about 3rd, 4th place as all the Mercedes there work their way through turns 2 down towards the horseshoe, of course, the sort of second real corner on the track. Side by side, we're going to be a little bit in the mid-pack there. Everyone is trying to find space for them, but this is a good point to try and make some positions. We're 2 wide, many rows deep coming out of that hairpin, but now the TCRs as well. They start their race so far. Wave Italy looks like holding onto the lead there, but a little bit more single file for these cars, obviously a lot smaller of a pack as we get in towards this race here, 3-hour race for the 500 kilometers of Daytona. The GT4 is certainly the biggest field, certainly going pretty well though at the front here.
Yeah, so far having a really good, nice race between everybody. Can't wait to see how they will perform, but everybody's gonna, start that single file, trying to save as much fuel as you can, or those who want to try to break away the way they went, for example, like in the club class between the 2 hydro that are in the lead. Can't wait to see what we're gonna do. Let's move forward for the lead.
Yeah, Trek Esports losing the lead there in the LMP3s. Hydrace Geodesic, number 62, go up to the front. I think we're going to see that potentially a few times with the slipstream, because if you're in that second position, you're just going to lose time if you don't overtake. And then, of course, then the person in 3rd place, they'll get a massive run on you as well if you have to lift off. So it's only going to be an interesting one. A few little lockups coming in there as well as the drivers try and get everything up to temperature.
No, I was going to say that is the Delatres car that had micro locks going to turn number 1 in the horseshoe. So wonder how that is going to affect the grip moving forward of this car on a stint. And it's a track that you don't spend a lot of time or a lot of wear on the car rate itself.
Yeah, so we're seeing, what was that? Hoisevar, I think it was, in the background of the LMP3.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
trying to make a move as Wave Italy here. They're under attack. Impulse trying to get up the inside of them. Also, is that Glacier 3 wide in towards the Horseshoe? No wonder Wave Italy really had to move off the apex there. Probably seeing that one coming, as Impulse did make the move. But can Glacier go around the outside of the King? That's not necessarily where you want to be, in towards the Western Horseshoe. You can have a nice dive up the inside here. Really opens up for the racing line, but no one doing that so far, at least in that part of the track. There's Brazil Nomad also making their way up the field, going side by side throughout the Western Horseshoe. They remain side by side, though, coming in towards this all-important left-hander turn 6. Bit of contact between the two, rubbing each other as they come out on towards the back straight.
I think that contact was a little bit of argy-bargy. That is kind of a free, as we have issues between the Aztec Visceral car. I think that's the one who won the championship, and that is on the Le Mans chicane. What happened to Nora Rami Noborg?
Yeah, I think that's actually the sister car. Looks like the other Visceral car is up there in third place, but still not good for Visceral. This is the car that came third in the championship last year, and they've obviously had a bit of an issue. And the issue for them, of course, is they're now way off the back. Oh, that is, I can't remember the name of the car, but that is one of the cars, obviously, spinning Olympus. That is it, going for a spin, pushing the Visceral car coming through the Le Mans chicane. Easy to do, though, with such fine margins when you're slightly offline like that.
Yeah, I wanted to watch the line from, I think that looked like to be Telescope, as now we're going to see the Apex Tech Academy car going through the GT4 cars, as we're still watching this back. I saw a little bit of an accordion effect from what it looked like to be like the Echelon and all the other cars like IVRA and everybody behind, trying to, stay clean within the possibility of contact to one another, but it's kind of the hectic racing that I said of sorts. Try to break away, but you still have to be close and you still want to save fuel. But this first hour will provide a lot of action to everybody, especially I think in this club class. Oh no!
Oh, contact is being made. That's a weird place to see contact. I mean, that's quite far down the exit. Brasanda Nomad GT4 going off just before the kink on the exit of the International Horseshoe. Wanted to see how much damage they're going to have from that, but most importantly, they've lost so much time going way down from the back of the GT4 category from the class off the slipstream, and a bit of a weird one. I wonder if there was a bit of traffic involved in that one that caused them to go around.
No, I think the Apex Tech car spun them around.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised by that. First time LMP3s go through traffic, and unfortunately they're just swapping sides very last minute and very aggressively, and unfortunately that was the complete wrong choice, and that one's a little bit silly from that one. Of course, ATRS trying to come back through the field after not making it to the grid. Gareth Higgins, and he will have a penalty coming his way for that one.
I really want to look to see from Garrett's perspective going around the exit of the Horseshoe, because from what it looks, it's a little bit of a miscommunication. You try to go on the, you wanted to go for that right side line. It's not even an inside. It can be outside as you're probably heading through the kink, and that kind of got like slightly blocked off. So you want to take the other line so you don't lose a lot of time, and thus causing this miscommunication between the cars. But nevertheless, everybody, just trying to be as clean as possible. We're gonna look on the replay. He gets around the World of Sim Racing car, from what it looks like. See that right side line? Yeah, that was okay. That's on Garrett, because he double thinks that line is gonna be closed, and makes the merge to the left side lane, where then I think he gets the Percenta Nomad GT4 car a little bit confused of, he's going to dive on the right side, it's not going to keep the line open. And then the switchback is done right on cue, as move the lead done once again, as Delatraz now moves back into the lead.
Yeah, Trek, of course, going backwards now towards that third place. So Delatraz not only getting Trek, but now also have Hydrace Geodesic for the lead of this race in the LMP3 category. They haven't hit traffic yet, so this is a really, really nice time to try and make some positions so far. And I was just having actually a look at the penalties as such. Quite a few penalties already coming from qualifying. We'll get to that in just a moment. It's up towards the front of the Cup category. Impulse still leading the way. Apex one in behind, but certainly loads of cars getting very, very close to each other at the front there. We're not seeing any sort of major breakaways just yet. Everyone's sort of using that slipstream and following closely.
Just playing it safe, you know. This is not going to be a race where everybody's going to try to decide things for the time being. I think the Vida Troccoli got to slow down from what it looks like at the exit of the bus stop. I think that it just got cleared right now, but he might lose the position. Now, also the Porsche of the race geodesic car. Does he loses as well for the Glacier Racing coming to turn number 1?
Yeah, side by side, or maybe a bit of contact between the two, actually. Unfortunately, but we go back to the race lead, actually, because Delatraz under attack there from Hard Race Geodesic, who they actually get sort of too close on the exit of the Moshkane. That's why they went up, because what they did was they tried to back away, and then now they're going to try and slingshot a little bit back with the slipstream, because if you're basically touching someone in behind, you don't actually get a slipstream effect. You don't have that overspeed by the time we get to the end. But a little bit further back in the pack, actually, we're starting to see some side-by-side battles. That's the other geodesic car, the 64 machine around the outside is going to be in towards turn 1. Do they have the braking ability? Yes, they do. And I think in behind, their sister car was half thinking about it, but not being able to make that move.
Do you call that the big sister or the smaller sister car?
Oh, as we're getting into traffic, this is the back end of the TCRs. And look how small the LMP3s look compared to the TCRs. So much lower down, as this is causing all sorts of carnage. Can Geodesic finally make that position for that 7th place, 6th place in the LMP3s? This is going to be where it's getting very close. The first time this season, the LMP3s have gone through the traffic for the leaders. And now this is where the TCRs need to learn exactly where they need to sort of look in their mirrors. And this is going to be a bit of carnage, actually. All the top LMP3s coming through the slowest category that we have.
Yeah, but I think that wasn't over the bulk of the category. Though I think they were the slowest 2 cars in Core and Goryeo. As we move forward now into the Cup class, as now from what it looks like to be, still the battle for the lead retains. As now everybody, you gotta be prepared. You gotta be prepared for the LMP3s to be joining really soon on the bulk of the TCRs.
Oh, around the outside goes the LMP3 then, and that is not, but that's not the fastest way to get through the TCRs, but sometimes you have to do it just for getting out of the way. So what this has opened up is the top 2 have really started to pull away. Delatraz under a bit of attack from Hydra Race Geodesic. Are Geodesic going to go for the move though? Or are they going to sit there and just push each other along, try and get a bit of a gap in behind? Trek have definitely dropped off, so that's probably the smartest thing to do at this point in the race. Of course, you can do the sort of technique of slingshotting past each other, but it's a little bit more risky than just using the aero push and pushing the driver ahead of you further down the road. They've got a few more cars coming up their way, but definitely that traffic really opened up the, splintered up the pack more than I was expecting.
Yeah, but yeah, just insane to think about, and they're about to reach the GT4 traffic as well. I think they might reach that, if not on this lap, but maybe in a lap or 2. You can even see like the percent of Nomad car right in front of them, so they might hit at the end of the lap the first few of the GT4 traffic. But this micro lock that Imburg is doing on his car, I wonder how much damage on the tire on the tire wear is doing over a long run. Like I said before, Daytona is not a track that punishes you in terms of time or, you know, having these kind of locks unless you have them in terms of a major spin or something like that, because you spend, depending on time of day, 20% of the rubber. So looking forward to see how aggressive they will be. Oh my god.
Oh, huge send there for Delatraz to get past the traffic, and that it actually worked out well for them because unfortunately Hydra Race Geodesic, they had to sit in behind, and that means they've lost the momentum. Trek Esports here, one bit of traffic seems to be so crucial for these cars already in the opening phase of this race. 88 laps here at the Daytona, such a long lap around here. It's only 88 to get to the 500 kilometers. Can Trek Esports go all the way around the outside? Maybe not. Again, might just have to pull in there in behind to go back into slipstream for another time around. But some interesting penalties coming your way. So the 161 car, Wave Italy, TCR leading as it stands. They've got a 20-second time penalty for being lined up on the wrong side of the grid at the start. So that is a bit of a silly penalty to give away. But of course, first race of the season, maybe just a little bit of a procedural error there, but still a silly 20 seconds to give away there already. But some incidents have been happening a little bit further back, so we can take a look at this one. Caught up the inside there of this first corner. Is there going to be contact made? Yes, there was through turn 2. Not enough space on the inside, and Core go all the way to the inside, the infield there on the grass.
Yeah, and going on the topic of course, seeing them P16 in GT4s. I don't know how about you, Cam, but for me it's extremely awkward. Given the fact that it is a team that has been prominent in the early 2010s to late 2010s, and you can even say even early 2020s, like 2020 when they had, for example, GT championships, and they had like a top tier lineup, and now struggling maybe a little bit to renew their roster and finding themselves on a very complicated GT4 field and not having like the best result into it, and then now this incident just it's weird for me to watch.
Yeah, of course, teams go up and down over the course of the seasons. It's hard to be at the top for the whole time. As here's the top of the TCRs, and this is that Wave Italy car that I mentioned. 20-second time penalty for them, and of course, they have a deadline to serve that penalty. So they just need to be looking out for that one, not to get another penalty for not serving it in time. Loads of penalties actually coming your way in the qualifying session. The 111 has got a 30-second time penalty. The 401 as well in your sport category, they've got a 60-second time penalty, and a whole host of other cars as well getting 10-second time penalties. So at some point, we are going to see that penalty box in pit lane getting pretty full to start the season. Stewards coming down, a little bit hard already with a lot of those drivers already in that qualifying session. 10 penalties from qualifying alone. Crazy. Always Trek from that third place in your LMP3 category at 1 point. Unfortunately, have dropped down. Jim Her Choice in 13th place.
Yeah, not only that, but Graham Sanders now has got up to Imberg, like in.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh, they're going to reverse back on the track as well. Manages to get on the brakes. Does everyone avoid? I think they did, but that was close to a Skittles moment there in the braking zone. Difficult to see exactly from that first shot. It looked like they were actually going in a straight line, but there were so many cars on the track there, and everyone just trying to find a place for themselves. If you just move a few centimeters left, few centimeters right. Oh no, it was him coming to the left, actually. Certainly was. He was trying to go through that gap. Unfortunately, all the other cars managed to avoid him. That could have been even more. But yeah, Her Choice there, just trying to go in that gap. But unfortunately now he's going to have to come down pit road and get some damage repairs.
Yeah, he's probably going to have to come a little bit with some luck, as now track is out of the race so far. And I think it's going to be considered. But look at this traffic, Cam. And look at the Hydro race car right behind them. How do you navigate through this and keep calm out of it? Oh my God.
That's very awkward there. It's going to be a change of position for the LMP3s. We go 3 wide, a bit of contact actually potentially with that GT4 catcher on the geodesic cars. Is that them hitting their teammate? Potentially. That's the McLaren geodesic car.
It is.
Getting overtaken around the outside and the inside at the same time by 2 of his teammates, and definitely potentially a bit of rubbing at least between the 2. This is so difficult. We're going 3 wide multiple times as there's a geodesic car. Glacier being pushed all the way down as Glacier tried to give room for the LMP3. Almost sent geodesic onto the apron.
Yeah, if that car was on the apron, that probably would have more death around the track. 3 wide again. Now you can see more of the LMP3 cars right behind them as they approach the bus stop. Does anybody take the courage of diving down on the bus stop? Yeah, some do. Do they keep it alive at the end, though?
The issue is you lose so much time if you sit behind a slower class, especially as you're mentioning, Lorenzo, these LMP3s, they have so much more downforce, so they really gain the time in corners such as the Le Mans chicane. So if you get held up by a GT4 car, you're losing literally seconds there, plus the momentum onto the back straight. Yeah, definitely a very difficult style of racing for these drivers, as there's Prasanda Nomad having a battle towards turn number 1. They're one of the cars potentially losing a little bit of momentum through that chicane, but seems to be able to hold on to that one for now. But such difficult driving at this point of the race, where you have so many cars right next to you, as that is Core Sim Racing making it 3 wide with the GT4 car into the hairpin as Impulse get pushed wide.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's Adam Say trying to push the limits of his Vipperman LMP3, going around the horseshoe. Now he's going to stay to the outside. Does he go for the up and under, up and down into the second horseshoe? No, he doesn't. But here now comes as well the team hoisting valve. The exit of the oval part of the road part going to the oval.
Yeah, very important corner that is, that left-hander coming onto this back straight. As so this is Prasanda Nomad Core. They've got Team Hoisingveld just in behind, actually. So Hoisingveld, they're the ones who struggled a bit in that qualifying session. And I think they actually, I might have seen the 49 actually having a penalty as well. Yes, they do. They've got a 20-second time penalty just in behind there. That was Rajkovic, of course, having that contact in that very corner we were just talking about, the turn 6. So definitely penalties coming the way of some of these drivers from that qualifying session as we come up towards, I think that's Undercut Racing having a battle with the JDR car just in behind. The number 1 machine was looking at a provisional pole, now down in 7th place as it stands. Coming around NASCAR 4 onto this front stretch. Is there going to be any sort of slipstream move, or is it still that point in the race where you want to be sitting behind? But we're starting to see we're starting to see that the gaps are opening up ahead, so maybe you want to work together to try and work your way forward. Or Tony Hoisingveld actually in the background, they were under just a little bit of an attack there in the background, but Core and Prasanda Nomad also side by side through turn 2 in towards the international horseshoe. That's going to be around the outside, potentially a switch back, but looks like Prasanda Nomad just holding on.
And it's a solid job that I think Dilworth is doing on his car against Mike Palouche, which is a really good driver. I used to fight against Palouche back at the HPDs in the old official series, like the Endurance series. So he's quite a fast driver into it, coming back, I think, slowly into those LMP3 cars. So it's odd to see Palouche struggling so far, doing these fast overtakes and then trying to break away the best he can against drivers, like, for example, like Dilworth, where there would be a difference of iRating, and you would say maybe a difference iRating, difference of performance. As now Palouche goes on the inside, does he go for the dive bomb?
Oh, that looks very strong position he's in up the inside. Oh, he actually broke just slightly more conservative, I think, there, but managed to make the move as a Prasanda Nomad go down into P10, caught up into P9, and that's going to slow them down just a little bit as well. So Hoisingveld and Kramer just in behind might be having a sniff of it. Potentially on the next lap or so, as we're on to lap 12 of 88, of course, here for the 500 kilometers of Daytona. Can Prasanda Nomad get any sort of position back? No, they're going to be pushing them up. They know they've seen Team Hoisingveld coming in the background. They don't be losing any more time fighting. They actually do move out in towards the braking zone, but Hoisingveld really close in there under the brakes, get that slipstream, and a nice four-way battle here up towards the front. Half a second Hoisingveld closed in, just showing you how important that slipstream is in the sort of the straights here at Daytona. They're so long. Up the inside is going to be for Kramer. Can they get past Hoisingveld in towards the international horseshoe? Looks like they might just be able to do on the exit, but once again, this road course part of the track really allows you to go side by side and battle in towards these hairpins. Huge, fast left-handed kink now, where you have to sort of lift off a little bit when you're side by side. Around the outside now for Hoisingveld, it's going to be, they go too deep. Unfortunately, that's going to be the position lost.
No, absolutely. And now Dilworth having some issues on that Prasanda just to get into grips on the exit out of the corner, but still following the train. You were talking about closing 4/10 of a second on turn number 1. 4/10 of a second is very closable, because how turn 1 approaches, what you really want to do is trying to, take different lines. You can kind of break a little bit late into it, so it can be deep braking. As we now watch those Porsches break into GT4 traffic, but it can get hectic, you know, of going maybe lift off brake or full brake or like gas and brake into the corner and then close the gaps.
As here come the Cup cars through the GT4s. Not so
That is
much,
hard.
so much of a difference between the two as such, but still a bit of a gap for the for the Cup cars. A few seconds faster. It's very awkward here though with the GT4s. They're trying to battle themselves. The Porsche Cups, they're trying to battle themselves as they go through. Of course, there's Olympus actually on the inside. There's going to be a bit of a squeeze there. GT4s trying to get low, and that Porsche Cup car is going to have to go to the outside as they go 3 wide through this banking. Might have to do it again actually as Prasanna Nomad go high. They just about give themselves enough room. Porsche Cups really have to be looking up ahead as they try and battle to try to see where the slower GT4 cars come, but it looks like everyone's staying in that single file. But look how close they've all stayed. The LMP3s have really spread out through the traffic, but the Porsche Cups, they've stayed close together.
Yeah, but I thought that would be a little bit of a break off because what Apex 1 did, in Conrad Zerebiec did, I think that was really smart. You know, just follow the same line as they do. There's a little bit of a gap you can work between the GT4s where everybody's kind of like spread nearly side by side, and you think they would break away, but the next few set of corners, it's always tricky for you to navigate. That's why I think they lost a little bit of time, but still following this single file train, except for maybe 6th place, as there was some contact from what it looks like between SimCity and Apex Tech Esports.
Yeah, they swapped around a couple of times. Has ended up with ATRS in 6th, SimCity down in 7th place, which I think was as they were coming in towards turn 1 at least. But it was the ATRS car who had to go side by side around the outside of Olympus, but unfortunately just excuse me, just losing out on that battle. So it's Apex 1 still leading the way, but such close battles here. This could all change around very quickly.
No, absolutely. It's always going up and down and things like that because I think like I said, not only they're managing fuel, but they also have to manage the tires. Tire management in these Cup cars, were slightly different, right, than the other cars do, because cooling them down is slightly more difficult. They have more power toward the rear than what would the GT4 and even the TCR and also the LMP3 car does, believe it or not. So the slight battle on the gas is a little bit more tricky for you to handle it down. So they have to be more patient on how they navigate through traffic and how they navigate through the towing of the cars. So they still have a really good performance at the latter portions of their stint.
Yeah, that's a good thing to mention, actually, because sometimes in the fast cars, especially the prototypes we see, you can just absolutely send it past everyone, blast it down the inside, but not always the best thing to do. As we're seeing, Wave Italy, they got Glacier and the 2 geodesic cars in behind, but there's also the XBD Emerald car trying to battle there. That is, of course, the 2 different geodesic cars. Got the McLaren just leading the Porsche. And actually, it's nice to see some different manufacturers up the front here. We've got Mercedes leading, got 2 McLarens in behind as well. We've got the Porsche obviously up there as well. So definitely all the sort of different manufacturers towards the front. Unfortunately, the huge ass M4, that yellow car we saw in between the Porsche Cups, just struggling a little bit with pace today, despite having a good season last year. But Wave Italy, this is actually the battle for 3rd place, the top 2, with Geeks Energy and Impulse, just starting to put a bit of a gap, and just ever so slightly in some camera shots see them up the road.
Can't wait.
And let's see what happens in the Porsche Cup. Catching all sorts of things happening down there. We'll try and show you what's going to happen. As there's ATRS in the LMP3 coming back past, as all they're blocked off there by the Wave Italy car to not let them get through. And Glacier hold the inside line as well. So that just shows you how the traffic can control the classes coming through. Oh, there was the contact. Wave Italy having some contact there up the inside. SimCity as well was the car that was spun around. So definitely loads of little bits of contact starting to come in as everyone is really sort of closing up. Awkward point though, actually, that Western Horseshoe. Definitely a very yeah, tricky part. You can always dive it up the inside. It sort of sucks you in, but then it tightens up when you get that really, really late apex. As this is still that Wave Italy car just holding in behind. The P3s, of course, still battling as ever, starting to spread out a little bit side by side in towards the Le Mans chicane. They're going to have to back out of that one for Adam State at the wheels. Actually, Trek Esports just coming back through after their spin earlier.
Yeah, and talking about that Apex Tech LMP3 car, just really quickly, I just got information in the YouTube chat. Thank you, Garrett, by the way. I think he's doing the Sean D. Campbell messaging. Is just that he qualified P2, but apparently P1, then he can't take the start. So apparently he had internet issues, just what prevented him maybe from joining.
It's a shame to start the season that way, of course. From was it second on the grid, wasn't it? But unfortunately,
I think that was the Apex Tech car, yeah.
Yeah, just couldn't continue with that one as Boutsen by undercut, just getting that position up the inside, so the outside it was, and then just having the racing line comfortably in towards turn number 1. That's for 5th place. Currently, they got the Hydro Race Geodesic 64 machine in behind them, the number 1 machine of the JDR Graphics SimSport car for 7th place. Nice little three-way battle opening themselves up. They do have Trek Esports just ahead of them, but that car, I believe, not for position, of course, because that was the car that got spun around and went into the pit lane a little bit earlier with her choice at the wheel. So is that Viverman car of Adam State, who they are chasing down. The good thing for Trek, actually, though, is even after coming out from those damage repairs, they are in an LMP3 train, which means they should be able to just keep on circulating and hope for some sort of safety car or something that can help them out later in the race.
Yeah, absolutely. And just another information, from what it looked like to be, we were seeing like the Delatras car trying to break away from the 62 Hydro Race Geodesic car. Why they are not in second anymore? They got to slow down at the bus stop, and that's why Graham Sanders had to give the car to the other driver in the number 72, which is Maximilian Fritz, and that's why Fritz is at P2 instead of P3.
Yes, can change very quickly, to be honest, as, oh, look at the traffic once again coming in towards this Western Horseshoe. You've got the Porsche Cups, you've got the GT4s all in there trying to find their space. It's so awkward with these cars. They all have different braking zones, different accelerations out of the corners, and most importantly, different downforces actually in the corners as well. As obviously we're mentioning, you've got to drive the cars slightly different. So it's all different, even though they look fairly similar. The categories can get hung up on each other just a little bit so far. We're looking at a difference of about 6 seconds a lap between the two, though. So the Porsche Cup should eventually find their way through. A lot more power on the straights, as you see here, going easily around the outside of the GT4s.
Yeah, as we're going to look now into the other Cup cars that look like to be the Olympus and Apex Tech, having a dive bomb on the sub belt. If you want to call it a dive bomb, it was just like putting the car to the inside, make sure the Italian team loses a little bit of grip. Now they're going to be followed by Wave Italy, and the other Olympus cars just decided, bump drafting here is the way, my friend. And I'd say that with a very forced accent, going around the outside of the Daytona 3 and 4, but nevertheless just make some ground as everybody's still within the very big one-car file train.
Yeah, definitely despite having the road course part, the amount of straights you have around here, you really can use that bump draft to your effect if you want. All these cars in this first sector of the lap. Crazy the amount of trains there with especially the GT4s and the Porsche Cup, the two biggest categories pretty much as well, all lined up next to each other. They're trying to have their battles themselves for position. There's a Geodesic car, unfortunately, potentially losing our position to Apex 1 coming up through the Western King, but it might be Apex 1. You have to back out of that one. No, they keep it up the inside now for the Western Horseshoe, and that's actually looking pretty good. They can brake nicely, but have cleaned out up ahead, and the issue for Geodesic now is they've got one of the Porsche Cup SimCity just trying to get through there. That's going to be just getting in their way a little bit. And actually, when you get cars in the way, all of a sudden you just lose that extra couple of tenths of a second, and even though they're going to absolutely romp off on the straights, you've just lost the time from that. But that is the multi-class style of racing. That's just something that you got to keep on top of.
Absolutely, and this is kind of like the work that the Apex 1 car has to do, to try to break away, as now both. Oh my god, I thought that was going to be carnage for, I think,
Oh,
what looked to be the Aztec car that got sideways on the bus stop, but somehow, some way, they still keep that car on the track itself. I was looking at potential carnage, but no, they've proven the commentator wrong.
yeah, that was almost a big crash there. Loads of cars wiggling about, especially that Crane car as well. But fortunately, they all managed to get through. It's such an awkward pinch point, the bus stop. Really fun on your own and in qualifying to nail that one. But unfortunately, when you get the cars around you, especially different classes, it's so awkward. As out towards the front, we got Wave Italy battling the Apex 1 on the outside. Oh, sorry, Viscera, I should say, trying to find sort of battle at that point in the race. Got Olympus in behind there as well in that battle in the Cup category. Huge send up the inside is going to be Wave Italy having to defend from that one, but all bit of contact between the two as well, so they're going to be losing that place. Is Wave Italy at this point of the race. Just sort of going to be looking out for that one. Yeah, it's a Visceral 997 car. Just getting through there up the inside. Olympus not too far back though for Wave Italy, so don't need to focus on that one just yet, but position lost either way.
Yep, that snowboard basically trying to do his recovery race, and so far doing solid for himself. I think there was slight contact in between him and that Wave Italy car, but nevertheless got away unscathed. As now battle for P3's on between, I think from what it looks to be, the Kramer RaceSport and the other Visceral, which is led by Santeri Martikainen right behind them.
Yeah, nice bit of bump draft there once again as we're going and seeing 2-3 wide in the background with cars trying to overtake the traffic. As it's quite funny to see. It almost looks like ants when everyone just sort of spreads out all over the place down the back straight. But there is that Wave Italy car, as we mentioned, now just trying to get back through the slipstream of Visceral. Good car length or so back, but as you see, once you get through NASCAR 4, you just get this huge slingshot down the banking and already touching the back of the Visceral car, bump drafting them towards the line and in towards turn 1, trying to close up the gap that is just ahead of them. Because they don't want to let the Olympus car actually get too close to them, because that will obviously be a battle that they don't want, but they need to get the places up ahead as well. And towards the GT4s, of course, we got the battles continuing for there. We've got Trek Esports trying to get back through after their issues earlier as well, as the traffic doesn't seem to stop around here. It seems that every lap now we're getting the traffic as everyone is starting to work their way around and spread themselves over the 3-mile track. Oh, there's a lock up there for Wave Italy. Olympus go through up the inside of the Western Horseshoe. Very easily done. As look at all the cars, actually. I was thinking that they were seeing each other because they're spread out, but it's actually the opposite. It's because they're all together. So all the 4 classes converging. And that is very difficult, because that is the sort of Sector 1, Sector 2 part of the track where it is the most twisty before we get out onto the rovals. But here's a car we haven't seen in a while, the number 8 machine there, Delatraz. Unfortunately, fortunately for them, they've had some issues. They have had some issues there. Thought they would be jumping back up, but it seems they might have actually completely disconnected. Normally it's just a bit of a blink. You wait a few seconds, they come back. But apparently is a full disconnection there for that number 8. Delatraz Autosport leading the way with Thomas Imborg at the wheel. They were leading that one quite comfortably, but it's now given the race lead to the 72 of Hydrace Geodesic, who actually have a 1-2 as it stands, with Fritz and Sanders leading the way. That has worked out really well for them, but such a shame, Lorenzo, for the number 8.
I was committing the cardinal sin over here. You probably know what I'm going to talk about, the cardinal sin of commentators. But it's odd, from a team that had issues at the early portions of the race in the Endurance Series. Basically had an issue on lap 1. They had an issue on lap 1. Now within this first hour of the race as well, having issues. Ah, man, I feel for them, I do really feel for them, A team that has a lot of pace, can provide some really good strategy in between them to get around in front, but unfortunately for them, not the way they want it. Probably have to have this thing going on. Certainly not for Geodesic as well, even though they are now earning P1 and P2, P1 and P2. But I think that's it's not the way they probably want it. They want to probably earn this on the track, battling against them rather than seeing their opponents having a disconnect.
Yeah, although in some way, yeah, when you're competitive, a win is a win. So yeah, I don't think they're going to be crying too much about that one. But as you say, you know, the sportsman side of it, you definitely want to be winning it from a competitive point of view. As we're seeing there, the difference is that yeah, that's one of the Porsche Cups, isn't it? Not too much of a difference in the top speeds between them and the LMP3, so I have to try and get through them at another point of the track. But the top three really closing in now. Geodesic, unfortunately, the 72 there having a bad run as the 62 is going to come past. But also look at Adam State there in the Wipperman Racing. Can he go from third to first? He's going to have the momentum and the run out of NASCAR 4. But is there going to be enough to get through? Going to be going 3 wide for the lead in the LMP3s. Lap 22 of 881, quarter of the race done. And across the line is going to be the 62 leading the way. Adam State, can he complete that move up into second place? It's going to have to be the outside line. Very tricky, very awkward. No, so he has to back out of that one. But we do see a change of the lead as the 72 drops down.
Yeah, and also we're looking at the Delatraz car coming out as well. From what it looks like, 1 lap behind. Alexander Delatraz is out in that car, so teammate. So it's a minor loss, but if we get a yellow flag, then everything can change for them. So let's look forward to see what is going to happen at the end of things.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit close on the time limit. Just came up there in the top left. So it's a 3-hour time limit or the 88 laps, whichever one comes first. So in theory, on a green flag race, we should be getting there on the times or on the laps by about maybe 15-20 minutes or so. But if there is a safety car, then we might be going to the time limit. Of course, the time limit is there for if we do have things like safety cars. We don't turn a 3-hour race into a 6-hour race. Of course, that's not really the idea of what it's for. So let's see how that one goes. But for Geodesic, they're having a very strong race so far. Of course, helped by the number 8 Delatraz car having a disconnect a couple of laps ago. But they're not going to be complaining about that one now. Just need to try and get through these Porsche Cup cars. The difference for them is they're only a couple of seconds lap faster, so a little bit harder to overtake these guys.
And remember when I said that you probably would reach this traffic right about to the pit stop time. So I think we're nearly a full hour of racing left, and I think I'm seeing... did I just see a car coming to the pit lane? So and that might be an LMP3, but anyway. That's pretty close to one another.
Yeah, I think there's a Visceral coming into the pit lane, so I wonder if that's going to be open up because of course in a 3-hour race the cycle could be quite interesting, but also interesting. Look at this, 3 wide between the 3 classes. LMP3 on the inside of Cup, on the inside of GT4s through the international horseshoe, getting very close, but somehow they all get through there rather nicely. Geodesic still lead the way, but Wipperman lost a lot of time with that one, but in some ways you do have to keep it sort of tidy, clean and tidy as well. That also will help you later on. Geodesic going in there a little bit deep, but don't hit impulse fortunately enough, as these Porsche Cups still have been a bit of a menace for these LMP3s.
Yeah, fortunately for them, they got away rather clean and fast. Meanwhile, Wipperman might actually catch Apex 1 by the entry of the bus stop. There's a word to say what the situation of Wipperman within this traffic, but it is not PG-13.
Yeah, he's...
you know what I was going to say, right?
Yeah, definitely interesting moments here in the first quarter of the 500 kilometers of Daytona. Something I've started to notice is the sun is getting a little bit lower, so I wonder if we're going to be getting to nighttime by the end of the race. Round the outside, it's going to be of the Visceral Cup car. But look, they actually, Visceral in that mid part of the banking actually have the speed on the LMP3. It's very interesting. There's your track conditions: 28 air temp, 22 air temp, 28 track. Partly cloudy, 5 p.m. But into the pit lane comes Wipperman. So it looks like, what's that, about 40 odd minutes into the race, we're seeing the first of the LMP3 pit stops. So I wonder, is that early, or is that just trying something on the strategies? Further cars continue to come in as well. We've got Morandis, we've got Hoisingberg, we've got Boots and VDS by Undercut as well, all coming in. So, of course, LMP3 is having a lot shorter stints.
Yeah, can we have the track map again? Because now I think the Hydra Race cars are And they're well clear. So if they wanted to go, I probably, if I'm Vipperman, if I'm Adam State, I probably would have gone before on the lap prior to this one, wherever you're still within the major bulk of the traffic, because like you're still gonna be, having to deal with them, but you might have to deal with them on a better position. So you could have gotten a potential undercut on the geodesic cars, but that's not the case. He's gonna probably be way back whenever both of those car pits, because the 62, 72 are close to one together. As now Gort trying to find a way to make an overtake.
They certainly are around the outside. That's going to be almost getting 3 wide, but Wave Italy move across there just to cover off. SimCity just up ahead, side by side with LMP3s, but they can't fully brake because they got the Cup cars in between. So Core hold on to that one. Kramer couldn't find a way past, but just showing you how the traffic can be quite an interesting one. But let's see this once again. LMP3s in the first couple of gears, they get the momentum, they go up high. Then look at that Porsche Cup. Once they get to sort of 4th, 5th gear, they start to pull away again. Very interesting, the difference between the acceleration versus the drag and things like that compared to the two different machineries, as everyone else from the LMP3s starting to come in.
Oh, you probably know the Porsche Cup is actually faster than the GT3 car, don't you?
Yes, yeah. It's a very, very fast car.
Yeah, because I remember
and drag.
I remember, and I think I was watching the I was watching or either commentating the Nürburgring 24 back at the old iteration of this 992 Cup car. We were, I think, with the 991 yet, and I think I was looking at the GT3 coming down the straight, nearly side by side with the Porsche Cup. The Porsche Cup was, since it is kind of like not restricted in terms of speed of sorts, was nearly clocking 285, 280, 280 something, 283, whereas the GT3 was clocking at about 280 around the corner and was losing to the Porsche Cup on a straight line. They just had to lift around after the bridge going into the final corners in Tiergarten, just because of the aero difference and the braking difference that the GT3 has, which is insane for me to think about. A Porsche Cup, which is not the top tier, being a faster, what would you consider the top tier in GT racing on a straight line?
Yeah, the GT3s are they're underpowered for how much grip they've got, though, to be honest. I think that's quite sort of commonly commonly known as such. GT3s, they're so fast nowadays. Is this the P Cups coming in? Yes, it is. As well, lap 26. So just trying to do a bit of quick maths. Yeah, so that means they're going to have to pit, splash, I guess, at the end on that one, because that would be 78 laps if they do that 3 times. So we'll have a 10-lap splash at the end for the Porsche Cups if they go as it stands. In the LMP3s, though, the battles continue on once again as they're getting through the traffic. Traffic seems to come around very, very fast in these cars so far. There's the undercut car still trying to fight. They've got Geodesic and the ATRS car, of course, lapped down just ahead of them.
As we're looking into the undercut, coming in closer and closer, as now we're probably going to have a pit party really soon for maybe GT4 cars as well, and also the TCR as well.
That was almost a 4-wide situation. Geodesic, they go way too deep there, but so does the Apex. 1 car, 3 wide on the exit. Is there going to be contact? No, they managed to somehow all squeeze through and give each other the room, but that was almost a very huge crash. So one moment I was thinking we're going 4 wide into that first corner. Lockups coming in as well as they try and get past the XPEL GT4. All sorts of traffic going all over the place, but they seem to manage to continue somehow. As undercut, unfortunately, just have to go in behind there. They lose some time with that through the high-speed stuff where the LMP3s normally gain the time. But it seems like you have to be really on the ball today with how the traffic goes. It seems to sort of come up and pinch you quite a lot. We do see this at certain tracks as the GDR car, they're also just diving it up the inside of that traffic coming out onto the back straight.
And that looked like to be the Orion Cup car. As in now around the Visceral car that is Noborg is driving. Right behind him is the Olympus one. And look at the brake going up the Porsche. It's not even fair. It's just like, as an LMP3 driver, how do you feel?
Oh! 3 wide into
No.
the Le Mans chicane, and geodesic there. A bit of contact with the Apex 1 Porsche. Have to go over the chicane. Over there isn't too much contact on the Porsche there. Yeah, 3 wide into that isn't really going to work, guys. And that was fortunately, the least outcome. There was no major spin, but definitely contact running over the grass there as they now are getting in with all this traffic in behind them.
Yeah, good reactions on the geodesic car to avoid death, because wow.
Yeah, that was not the kindest of ways to go through. But that's what happens when you're fighting each other, and then you get the traffic around you, especially the Porsche Cups when they just pull away from you in that sort of 5th, 6th gear region as well. It's very awkward because you want to make the overtake, but you don't have the space. You don't have the real estate to dive into as such. It's very, very very awkward indeed.
Yeah, and I think that looked like to be the also geodesic cutting around the corner, the grass like Kevin Astra. Let's look at the replay here. Okay, I apologize, but this is on the JD, on the JDR car, in my opinion.
Yeah,
it's like, you don't have the corner. Why would you dive bomb just for the sake of you dive bombing and try to cut time so you do not get stuck behind the pickup?
Especially when you have a massive straight after it as well, coming down towards turn 1. So what you could have done is sort of been on the inside, slowed them down a little bit, backed out of it, and then got the run. Certainly something to look out for. Is Visceral from your Porsche Cup coming into the pit lane as well in the 901. But I do believe they had a penalty to serve, so they might have a slightly longer pit stop coming their way. Yeah, some further penalties that we saw a little bit earlier on. The number 12 machine, LMP3, did get a 10-second time penalty for the contact that we saw earlier, just coming up towards the Western Horseshoe at the very early stages of the race. So yeah, definitely some further penalties coming out over the course of the race. The 916 also getting a 20-second time penalty, as we're seeing LMP3s there getting up the inside. Very, very close there. We're managing always in the background when the Porsche Cups goes for a spin. That's right on the racing line, and hopefully no one is going to be coming past. It is the Orion car, and that is such an awkward place to rejoin the track from, but fortunately getting into reverse gear.
Yeah, no damage from what it looks like.
And that would be very lucky, because if there was a whole train of cars coming there, they would have just one by one go doom, doom, doom into the side door of that car. Coming in, looks just a little bit wide, just gets a little bit offline there, and has to lock the brakes on the MP3s, just avoiding it in the background. But yeah, in the end, everyone okay.
Hold up, Cam, what is the sound effect again?
You have to pay for that if you want it another time. Only once for free.
No. Oh, okay. Fair.
What is going on here at the Le Mans chicane? Further things have happened. Yeah, one of the geodesic cars has gone, the 62, as there goes the number 8 machine coming further back after their issues earlier. So that gap now between 1 and 2 is now 7 seconds. 72 still leads, but the 62 has gone off the screen.
Yeah, what happened to Graham? Because, like, he dropped off harder than a rock.
Yeah, I think disconnected. Oh, that is a shame. A couple of disconnections up towards the front of the LMP3 standing so far. The number 8 machine, that green machine we're seeing already, that is not for position, as they are obviously having to come further back. I think they're still 12th overall, but yeah, unfortunately that is not what they would have wanted to see. So the 72 geodesic leads the way in the LMP3 standings. The number 11 Vipperman Racing is now in second place with number 1 JDR. After that very sketchy moment into Le Mans chicane, now they are into third place.
Yeah, and already can see Vigo's in the car already for the 62, so Vigo is coming out anytime soon for the Florida driver. Has contact.
Yeah, a bit of contact. Oh, wow, yeah, this is getting very close here at Daytona. On to lap 30 of 88 for the LMP3s. And of course, remember the lower classes, they won't make it to 88, so they need to work out their strategy from that. As it will, of course, be governed. The lap count for them will be governed by how many laps these LMP3s do. But I mean, Lorenzo, are these drivers taking too much risk, or is this just the style of racing that we're going to get all season?
I think I want to say risks. Okay, let me just say risks, because Daytona is a track that for you to break away or have some sort of an advantage, you need to take risks. And by it, you cause attrition. But so far, the race has been pretty much clean.
Oh, we've seen some further issues for the Orion 944. Mike Down was at the wheel of that one. They have dropped out as well, I believe. The Geodesic 62 is back in the race, so they've continued on from that one. That's certainly not a nice way to lose some time. Yeah, unfortunately, that is just what happens. It's like a mechanical failure in real life. That's just our version of it in sim racing. Unfortunately, here's the 64 machine. This is the Geodesic car chasing down Boots and VDS by undercut. The number 92 in front. This is for fourth place, and Lurk just have to lift off there through the King, lose some time, but fortunately doesn't lose position for that undercut car. But 64 certainly getting close.
Oh, we got an information. Graham Simpras in the 62. That's why the Florida native car in Emmanuel Vigo is now taking over from Graham.
Yeah, certainly has. Down in 11th place still, so they are they're still sort of in line with the LMP3s. They're not down in towards the Porsche Cups overall, but still, that's just a shame for them. Some lost time that they wouldn't have otherwise wanted, but there they are. Jose Miguel Vigo getting in that car, the 62 machine, one of the three Hydra Race Geodesic LMP3s that we have. The other one, the 72, is leading up towards the front, but by now, over 8.5 seconds from Vippen. Oh, there's a spin there. That's way early. There must have been contact there coming in towards the Le Mans chicane. That's Core Sim Racing LMP3 trying to rejoin. That must have been a move in towards the braking zone or something that went a bit wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to look on the replay. I'm just as surprised as everybody is.
Yeah, not the nicest thing. But unfortunately, we've seen that a few times. There's been a few drivers who've had some spins and some issues sort of early on in the straight, so like halfway down the straight. It's not always what you see. So they come out the inside. Oh, is that the Hoisingwell car? I mean, I don't know how to describe. They just turned left on a straight. I mean, there was no reason to do that. They just moved over to the left. Hopefully that wasn't on purpose, but that certainly looked a bit dodgy.
Can I look again? Yeah, they moved. I thought by 1 second Mike could have been closing down the gap and kind of like blocking the Hoisingwell car in the lane, but no, that's Rajkovic just blowing full left side into Palouche's quarter panel or side panel and spinning the core LMP3 around.
Yeah, that was not a nice accident there. And fortunately for Core, though, they could actually continue rather nicely, but probably a little bit of damage on their car. Tyres not in the best position now either. Going on to this next part of this second stint of the race, we go 3 wide, coming onto the bank in there. Here's a load of GT4s from 13th place downwards. We've got World of Sim Racing batting Rusty Spatulas and Impulse, the 457, just on the back of that trio.
Yeah, and then one thing that we're now noticing is now the breakaway of the majority of the classes. So you can see cars be separated by 2 seconds, but then again, there's a small train, then there's more like tinier trains for some other drivers, but none of them has had the separation. For example, like the TCRs, look at the TCR class of sorts, or the LMP3 class, if you want to put it at that now. Where I see cars like being 11 seconds away from one another. 11 seconds separate Gorio to Impulse, 17 from Court to Gorio, 12 from Midway Vitaly, 4, but still a lot of racing left for us to commentate on. Even not only ourselves, we're going to have another group joining us later in the broadcast. will take us to the end of the action from what it looks like.
Yeah, certainly a few of the battles have spread out, but here is Rusty Spatches and Impulse battling in towards the International Horseshoe. Up the inside is going to be for Impulse, 14th position, and just squeezing out Rusty Spatulas on the exit there, getting that position sorted. And they're actually, despite that battle, they actually closed up a bit to World of Sim Racing just up ahead of them, so that could work out rather nicely for Impulse to potentially get 2 positions in a short space of time. They've also got a little bit of traffic just up ahead. Also, they got a couple of the I think there's Porsche Cups also coming through in behind Sim City, and I think maybe the Kramer car that is just in behind Sim City as well. So certainly the cars now all spread over the track after the first round of pit stops. Getting very close actually towards the halfway point of the race. 11 laps to go to at that lap 44, where Lorenzo, we will get that 33% of the points for the half race distance, and of course that'll be pretty important as the season goes on.
No, absolutely. I think, like I said, but then like I said, it's important, but it's now how about you finish the end of the race instead of like some of the teams back at the ClubSport last season, or even in the entrance series as well. They were battling for halfway points. Like, they were straightforward battling for halfway points. I don't think this will be the case. I said the only alternative might be the final rounds, where you might see teams, scraping for each and every single point they might be able to get at the end of things. But all in all, it's like, it's to keep the car clean and fast and consistent for the entirety of the race, and see where it leads you at the end of the day.
Yeah, I remember Fuji, I think it was 12 hours of Fuji to finish the endurance series last year. But there was Maniti and Urano. They were literally, they did their strategy, as you say, to be fastest for basically a 6-hour race, so that they were there at the halfway point, and then they did it. Obviously had to work it out from that point, how they're going to get to the end of the 12 hours in the fastest way possible. But yeah, they would definitely go all out to do whatever they could to try and get that. And I remember actually they were saving a lot of fuel in the second or the final part of the race to make it to the end, just to make sure that they could work out those points as well. So it's an interesting one, actually, the points for the half race distance. It's certainly something extra to think about for these drivers when it comes to the strategic side of things, to make sure that you're not having to shouldn't be too much of a difficulties with the length of the race that we've got now, because you can easily go past the half race distance on your second stint. But if it was close to being your second pit stop around the time of the half distance, and of course you want to save those laps of fuel. So yeah, you do have to do that extra splash and dash as, of course, these battles continue on in the GT4. There's the Hydra S Geodesic car, both of them actually being followed by Sabo up in the sharp end, 4th, 5th, and 6th place as it stands. And I'd assume the two that's a huge send around the outside by Sabo, actually, out of nowhere. Now the Porsche is trying to get off the brakes, trying to lift off the brakes to hold on to that position. But is Sabo going to be able to hold off through turns 2? They give each other some space with the inside line for the Mercedes as well, in towards the International Horseshoe. And they do dive up the inside, and they get that place. Lovely risk being taken there around the outside. They knew that the Porsche wasn't going to battle their teammate, but they managed to make themselves up into P5.
I think not only that, but he probably saw that the other the pickup cars were coming around like that, Visceral, and also the Olympus cars were coming around, so he kind of like took the L, and trying to maybe work the traffic towards them and still stay close to that Porsche, to the sister car in the McLaren. I'm just trying to find if that's Justin Ram still in the car. Give me 1 second. No, it's John Betaford that is now driving instead of Justin Rem. So it's just try to keep yourself at best within the toe and see where it leads you at the end of it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's sometimes playing the long game is the way to go. Generally in racing and endurance racing, we're used to seeing 8, 12, even 24-hour races multiple times a year. But when you come down to these, shorter 3-hour races or so, there's still a lot of strategy that comes into it, and you really have to work out your best way to get to the end. But there's actually the full rundown of your sport category and the GT4s. You got Geeks Energy, Fiercely Forward leading the way. Glacier Racing are in second place, not too far behind, just 1 second between them. But then there's a bit of a gap. 9 seconds to Sim City in that third place before we see this train that we've been following the last couple of laps. Hydro Race, Geodesic, then Sabre, then the other Hydro Race car, the Porsche 463 car, before we get Archer Brothers and XPD Emerald inside your top 8 for German Sim Racing and Hyperion round out your top 10. Really close fights actually there at the back end of the top 10, just a second or so between a lot of those cars, so still plenty of points to be fought for by the time we get to that half race distance. Points do go down, of course, plenty of the way down to P25 in each class. So basically everyone will be scoring a point as long as they get to that distance. There's SimCity now, the other SimCity, the Porsche Cup, just getting in between them.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Oprah plane as it's kind of like your Oprah distribution of points.
Just out of nowhere, plane.
I'm sorry. All right, this commentary has gone haywire. But I like how the distribution of point comes to be. It's kind of like you think, oh, is the Oprah Winfrey level of distribution of points? Everybody gets a point, but it's good. It keeps you motivated to still finish a race and still fight for anything that you can crawl on, depending on circumstances. As we look into the top 90 TCR, it says the Geodesic team is leading. Brabham is in second. There was a closer gap between them and Brabham at a certain point. I think traffic broke him off a little bit. Now Team Hoisting Valley and Obsidian third and fourth, Impulse in fifth, trying to close down that gap. Gorio sixth, Core seventh, XPD Emerald in eighth, and then Wave Italy in ninth. And Wave Italy doing their recovery run as they had issues with the penalty issued like 20 seconds at the early portions of the race due to being misaligned in the grid.
And this Team Hoisingveld car, the 148, is your reigning champions from last year as well, winning all but one. They won 5 out of 6 races. And ironically, actually, they didn't get many of the half race victories that time, but they still got 5 of the overall victories, which gave them a big points bonus. So even having a struggle in the final race at Suzuka that time around, they were able to hold on to the championship. But this time, here for the 23-24 GSI ClubSport Series by IVRA, they're down in third place and they're not too far off realistically, about 12 seconds off the lead. But if they want to win the race, they're going to have to start swapping that around and start closing down on the 2 cars ahead. But just an interesting one to see how a car can go from being so dominant to also being 12 seconds off the lead.
Yeah, that is a good question to ask indeed.
Lap 38 of 88 here for the 500 kilometers of Daytona. Still got loads of battles for position out there on the track. LMP3 is looking rather close. Here is a bit of a battle here for the top 3. We've got Boots and VDS by undercut, the black and orange car. Just in behind, we've got the blue and a black car there of the JDR Graphics Sim Sports. And also not too far behind, Hydro Race Geodesic car, the number 64 machine, one of the 3 in that category for them. And they have not quite the pace of the 2 teammates, but still up there in a good position so far. Looks like JDR have been making some moves slowly up the field, up towards the front, so I've undercut over the course of the race. But is there going to be any moves? Because every time I've seen that JDR car, they seem to be following someone. I wonder if that's a bit of strategy, a bit of saving, something like that, or maybe just trying to be pulled along with the slipstream.
No, absolutely, and it's good to see this team, undercut team, having a really good performance. A team that normally has like solid performances in GT4 cars or even in the Porsche Cups. I think I've seen them in seasons prior, but it's odd to see them. Not odd, but quite good to see them perform very, very well in the LMP3 class and into the top 3. Sure, you get to say, oh, but guy exhibit A has disconnected, exhibit B has his sim freezing, as now JDR on that dive. I've seen that dive before. You really don't want to be doing that, and if he had gone for it and caused contact, I'm sorry, that is like the second mistake he probably would do. That is like just, I don't know, I'm gonna say bad craftsman, like, you know, racecraft, in my opinion. Because you're going for a gap that has never existed in the, and you're still going for it.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. On the inside of the International Horseshoe, there's no room for error. As talking of that, look at what we have. We've got Huizenveld and Core. Remember, Huizenveld gave Core an absolute hip check a few laps ago. Core went spinning into the Le Mans chicane, and now they are back for more. They've got Kramer Racing Esports in behind as well. Nice three-way battle for the final positions inside the top 10 of your LMP3 standings here, coming up very quickly to halfway of this race at Daytona. And these LMP3s, they've certainly been a very interesting addition to the GSI ClubSport series by IVRA, and the battles will, of course, continue. Course sim racing, they'll definitely, just for the ego, for the factor of them being hit by Huizenveld, will want to be getting further up the way, getting through side by side. This is where the contact happened between the two just a few laps ago. No movement from Huizenveld this time around. Core go up the inside. Can they complete the move? Yes, they can. And that will be a relief for them to be facing the right way this time, exiting the chicane.
Now Kramer is going to be the one attacking for sure on this one. Is going to just take the toe out of the huge ass M4. Now fall back in line, and you're going to see one following another. Are they going to give us a 3 wide? I don't think they're going to give us a 3 wide because Core is spinning. Now here comes Kramer on the outside.
He certainly does. Is there going to be enough space, though? Enough late braking effort around the outside of turn 1? No, not enough. Huizenveld hold on up the inside there. And just showing you how it is possible to defend up the inside. The first corner is actually a bit of a weird one here. There's many lines that you can take. The inside line seems actually pretty well. Huizenveld going way wide, though, but enough to hold on for that one. Nice defense. These are still some really nice positions to defend for as well. So it's definitely a point in the race where you do want to defend.
Yeah. I got myself lost in thought. I apologize because I was text that we normally see on RaceSpot Discord between us in the booth. But anyway, coming back, I like what I see so far. You know, of everybody and the racing that has been provided, and seeing that 56% the Nomad LMP3. I think is that Jason Dilworth still driving in the top 6. You know, having those issues early on, right, and now surviving the ordeal of things, still within the top 10, and having a really proximity race with the 2 top tier cars in JDR and the Geodesic one. As now, is he on the inside?
Oh, yeah, I thought so as well. There was less than a tenth of a second between the 3 cars across the stripe as they were getting very close to a 3 wide situation. Huge battle here for 4th place in the LMP3s. Hydro Race Geodesic on the inside. Around the outside goes JDR, almost coming back. Bit of contact. Yeah, he spins around, pushes the Geodesic car, and was Prestana Nomad involved? He might have been, and potentially Wave Italy Porsche Cup also getting some contact in with that, but that was definitely just JDR, just too eager to get on the throttle around the outside. Contact on the back left corner, and unfortunately Geodesic went for a spin.
On the replay, I want to see if he got pushed out of the corner, because the angle looks like the angle that we saw looks like he was. But I don't know if that was like mechanical grip failure. Coming back.
Huge secondary hit as well. Oh, that was a big one.
If this suspension is not damaged, I'll be very surprised.
Yeah, he's surely got to have big damage from that. As here comes further cars to add misery to their day. And of course, that's the Wave Italy car just in the background as well. That was involved. In that one, really not a nice way to see the race continue. That's the Maradness car. Oh, look at that, just getting out of the way for Prestana Nomad. Barely any time to react, but I don't think there was any contact there. Good reactions.
Yeah, good. No contact at all. Let's see if they're gonna merge into the pit lane. No, they keep it on the track though. So, slightly surprised. I don't know if there's been some diffuser damage as they go 3 wide on turn number 1. I don't like when I see 3 wide.
So tight around the outside. Morales is not enough space there, 3 wide. Had to back out, ran a second move, and just about obviously GSI has to hold on to that one. Was sim racing Aston Martin GT4 that was just I was about to say getting away, doing the thing as the first part do that. So do their thing. Fast to find their way and battle their way around them, and that was a really good one there from Radness to get past as the 64 drops down another position. That is P7 now so far, and on that previous lap they lost about 7 seconds because of that spin. Unfortunately, here is the Visceral 997 Porsche. Was that just a bit of contact with Impulse and can't slow down the car on the grass? Bit of contact with the wall.
Yep, punk.
So easy to have contact here at this track. Everything is really on the limit, it seems, and it's actually quite a narrow track, especially on the infield section and things like that. Obviously, when you go into the banking, you can easily go 3 wide, but yeah, on the infield, certainly a little bit more tricky to do so. And we've seen quite a bit of contact in the opening half of this race. We are getting close to that lap 44, though, and when we do so, the first points of the season will be handed out. A third of the points will be given at a third of the percentage points will be given at the half race distance, and of course the full points as well at the end. Around the outside, that's going to be for the 64 machine. He's going to be squeezed out surely by the GT4 Sim City, just about leaving him space, but that was a lot of risk there being taken. Yeah, lap 44 is the important one for that, as yeah, when we finish that, that will be the first points. Battle for second, though, in the Porsche Cups. Got Impulse Racing there, but of course they're battling with the cars in behind. There's one of the geodesic cars, but we've also got Impulse, sorry, not Impulse, Olympus just behind it.
Yeah, Patrick Thompson doing a solid job, trying to follow his best, from what it looks to be Nicholas Noda. Or that Impulse car, yeah, that is Nicholas Noda in second place as Razor not far behind. He's just trying to see what is going to happen between both cars. If anybody's going to falter, if he can get the double whammy on both of them, because it's always good to get a double whammy to boost up your ego.
Yeah, it's yeah. If you need a bit of motivation, that sort of stuff, double overtake is always yeah, a nice boost of confidence. As Olympus get a nice run there out onto the back straight. Impulse might be under threat here down towards the Le Mans chicane, but once again there's about 2 kilometers of straight in between that. Of course, it's not really that straight. You do have the corners here, and you do actually have to think about your line coming through NASCAR 1 and 2 there. Up towards the braking zone, though, is there going to be any dive to the inside? No, it looks like just lifting on the slightly earlier braking there by Olympus. And yeah, we're on to lap 44 now as well. So when we complete this will be when the first points get paid out for this season. And it looks like it's going to be the 72 machine of Hydro Race Geodesic who'll be taking those points. There in the lead by about 10 seconds to Chris Bell in the Vipperman Racing entry for your LMP3s. Your first ever LMP3 points to be given out as well. So yeah, looking very nicely for them. We do have a bit of a lead also in the Cup category. We've got Thomas Cope for the 946. That is Olympus leading the way as it stands. Recently obviously getting past and Olympus working out very nicely there with 2 cars inside the top 3. Impulse in second, and then Olympus in that third place. Fiercely Forward and Geeks Energy, 444 leading in that sport category. That is very close, just by half a second. I wonder if there's going to be a final lap move for them. By the time we get round to the start-finish line, then in your TCRs, it's going to be the Hydro Race Geodesic 162, leading by about 2.5 seconds. They'll be taking those points, but all of the points will be getting, one-thirded, if that is a word, to be given out at the end of those 44 laps. And that's the, 250 kilometers of Daytona, and we still have half of the race to go, and still plenty of strategic battles to work out.
Yeah, absolutely. And for me, as we're looking into this, I'm just picking up my notebook over here. I'm trying to see things I would never see in the 2020s. Glacier Racing battling for a win on any category of a race car so far.
Yeah, certainly nice to see them, back at the top level of competition. Second place, couldn't quite get that half distance victory as such, but second place in the 455 car will be a nice welcome to them. First round of the GSI ClubSport Series by IVRA, as the race, of course, continues on now. No stage break cautions or anything like that. Continue racing as ever, but not enough to get Geeks Energy for that win.
Yeah. Imagine they get like whenever Joey Tebbett and Derek start commentating in about like 30 to 25 minutes, and then every single yellow flag is saved up to them. And if you for those who've been to the start of the broadcast, under my name it says the Yellow Flag Emperor. What does that do to my reputation? I don't know. It's like I would be heartbroken. My ego would have plummeted.
Yes,
absolutely. There you go. Thank you so much.
Oh, yes.
This is like rubbing salt on the wound.
Yeah, so when, our producer, Dustin Ellis, was like, oh yeah, what do you want underneath for your name? I just went for Twitter handle, CMR_18, cheeky plug. But Lorenzo Bonda, Yellow Flag Emperor. I do love that one, to be honest, Lorenzo. And to be honest, I guess some would say it's probably true.
No, it is true. It's like I've commentated the endurance race last.
Oh God, what are we getting here? Live being typed out. Chief microphone issues. That's probably a good way. Lorenzo did have a couple of microphone issues, but hopefully they've been all sorted in the opening half of the race at Daytona. That's all. I mean, both of those are true, so you can't.
Yeah, I cannot complain. I cannot complain. It's like it's been a running gag here at RaceSpot of me causing headaches to producers. Whether it's going to be Dustin, Hugo, Iku, Arjuna, Connery, I can go on, and I would still give him technical issues with my headset. Ryan coming back. What the heck?
I mean, that is the Rallycross line if I've ever seen one. The outside.
No, that is the MotoGP line.
Yeah, the long lap penalty on the grass there at the International Horseshoe. When I see things like that, I always wonder, was it on their own or were they pushed off? Because generally being pushed off, no, it looks like it just was locking up the inside line. Did they keep it at the barrier? Yeah, plenty far away from the barrier. No damage, but yeah, lock up. That has lost them a fair amount of time actually from that one.
No, absolutely not. They did really good right there. Of course, give a bit of stopping power and keeping out of the barrier. It's really good, especially of a barrier that I know it's like can be a race ender. Normally, if you hit that barrier, you're never coming back. So it's good to keep him out of that.
Yeah, I mean, avoiding the barrier in general
is always a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's stating the obvious, but what I mean is any further time loss that because if you have a little off like that, maybe you lose a couple of seconds, and that's fine. But if you were there to hit the barrier and then you lost 0.2 a lap every lap to the end of the race because of the damage, then it has a lot bigger effect. So definitely got to be keeping it out of the barrier, and generally, if you stay out the pit lane and you stay out of the walls, you will be getting a good result in an endurance race. Because at the end of the day, everyone has their own little issues here and there, be it some little mistakes in traffic or just being held up here and there. So everyone's gonna have their issues. So if you can keep yourself clean, then that's going to be the best chance of a result.
That is true.
Yeah, out onto the back straight then, or the front straight I should say, through NASCAR 3 and 4. This is a battle in your Cup category. This is, of course, Impulse Racing. Olympus just behind them by a tenth of a second. Battle for P2 in class. ATRS also not too far back. Are Olympus going to be doing anything, or they're going to be trying to bump draft themselves up to their sister car? The other Olympus car, the 946, is leading the way in this Cup class. About 8.5 seconds. It was closer to 10, I think, at one stage. So they have caught down a little bit. And if they start working like that, start bump drafting, that can certainly be something to work out for. Fastest lap there by Jim, her choice. After having, that's Trek Esports, LMP3, after having some issues earlier on, definitely showing some good speed, of course, getting that pole position. But for this battle in the Cup category, it looks like ATRS are getting close. But who's also getting closer is the Undercut and the JDR LMP3s as well. This is for third place in class.
I think we also have some pit stops happening, or something happening within the Cup class. I see SimCity Racing in the pits.
Yeah, drive stops also going to be coming into play at this second round of stops because there, as ever, is time limits of the driving. You have to have 2 drivers in the car anyway.
Yeah,
and generally around this time halfway in the race is a good point to send your second driver out, as the sun is definitely slowly but surely setting here at Daytona. As we get to 40 laps remaining here, we should be okay on the time as well. So should be a lap distance count as it stands. No safety cars as of yet. Yeah, now in 37 minutes, that should be okay for the 40 laps remaining here at Daytona.
One thing that surprised me, of course, we just saw Jim Hertry put up a 41.350. Hadn't he have put that lap, Maxi Fritz would have put the fastest lap by 400. No, not 400, but 40 hundredths of a second. So that is like insanity. So the fastest lap would have been set in this lap, whatever, regardless of what would have happened.
Yeah, that is just showing you the pace that they have as side by side. We're coming in towards turn number 1. JDR trying it around the outside there. At least they're thinking about it, but not enough. Vipperman going into the pit lane. Chris Bell at the wheel of that one, number 11 machine from second place in class. So second round of pit stops coming the way of these drivers. 38 laps to go. Yes, so they're going to have, definitely another stop after this one. So 2 stops total remaining. Obviously, a shorter pit stop at the end. So the longer you go now, the shorter you make that final pit stop. So I wonder if that early stop is going to, sort of be a bad thing for Whiffman later on. We'll have to certainly find out. There's your stint length so far in that category, and everyone pretty equal, just 1 or 2 laps either way.
Yeah, I'm just slightly surprised to see 22 laps done by Vipperman. I think that was a very short stint compared to other teams. I know it's right around the same mark to everybody, like 22, 23, maybe 25 laps maximum, but still it's slightly awkward for you to see maybe 20 to going to 23 laps when Undercut came. Not Undercut, Vipperman came in for their service.
I mean, if you're going to end up doing 4 stints anyway, dividing the race by 4 is 22. But then, I don't know. Interesting. Undercut also come into the pit lane. So maybe the Undercut is looking good around here, or maybe they're going to short fuel or something like that now as well. Take the extra time, the saving the time now. So I have to find out how that one is going to work out. We've got Moranis as well in. We've got Geodesic in from the lead. So GDR go to the lead of the LMP3s, but of course still owe us a pit stop.
Yeah, can we get also the weather forecast, because I'm curious about something. You were at 28 degrees not long ago. Yeah, so it's dipping 26 degrees, so the track is picking up, picking down on its temperature on the track itself. We're still 22 degrees overall, but regardless, seeing that and seeing that having a small decrease is going to get faster times, I would say by 0.3 of a second average. So Can't wait to see what is going to happen moving forward in terms of fuel saving. It's not going to be a fuel saving race. It's going to be more like of a pace saving, not pace saving, but pace efficiency. So can't wait to see what these guys up ahead will do.
Yeah, certainly is the cup. The cup battle for P2 still continues on. We've got the 915 Impulse car, and then Olympus in behind there. They've been sat behind for so long. They've actually lost out time to the sister car, now up to 11 seconds. So this bomb drafting technique maybe not working as much as they would have wanted. Maybe the traffic getting involved in that one, but Olympus certainly really pushing the Impulse car there up towards turn one before obviously lifting off and allowing them room for braking. Very difficult thing to do for a long period of time. I find when I'm doing that and bomb drafting, because the car ends up literally filling your whole screen because it's so close to you, you can actually get almost a little bit claustrophobic. At least I do, in that sort of situation when you're sat so far up the rear end of those cars. It's very difficult to see and very risky strategy, but it is quicker if you can make it work.
It's like for me is kind of an interesting aspect because like whenever I drive, I just try to stay as patient as I can possibly stay around the racetrack and just trying to navigate the best way I can. Even if traffic, if I can save fuel and just try to work the fuel out and then let my pace do the talking. At crunch time, I normally do that, but it's like I think everything becomes difficult when you have like 4 categories as they have to cut through the GT4s. That is World of Sim Racing they just cut, and apparently the third car, I think that is like just getting the L at the end of things.
This would actually be a good point to think. What is too many or how many is too many categories? Also, we've added one now for 4. At the Nürburgring 25, we go to 5. Be very interesting. Let's see how this one works out for some of these cars. Impulse go into the pit, or one of the Impulse cars went into pit lane, but this Impulse car that we're focusing on stays out, takes the lead as Olympus, the race leading, Olympus comes into the pit lane.
Yeah, absolutely. How many categories is this? I know Nürburgring has like the NLS have 25 categories or something like that. I'm just joking. Of course, I'm exaggerating.
In sim racing, of course.
In sim racing, I think the max I've seen was 6.
Yeah, a load of smoke and stuff coming up on the screen. Either touch the grass or massive lockups for some of these cars. But I just wonder what would be like too much chaos. Because for me, it also depends what the difference is. Like how many seconds a lap. The difference is we've got about 5 seconds here, which is okay. But then if you start adding on, say, 7 categories with 5 seconds, then you end up to 30 seconds lap difference. So the cars will be crazy different.
I thought about an idea for future, and I'm gonna do this on commentators race, which we're gonna have in December. But if you ever want to do a fun race, do a 12 car class. For example, grab the 12 GT3s you can put around on a racetrack, or how many cars you want, even the legacy ones, and put like them around the track. Have like 12 car categories, single car categories, but they're all GT3s.
That would be as we're getting actually cut pit stops now. Oh, late one in the background diving in as well. Fortunately, no contact there. Yeah, that is actually an interesting one as well, because the Endurance Series has that when you have like GT3 Pro and normal GT3 and stuff. But to do that further times, that would certainly be quite a interesting one. Lots of pit stops and stuff happening. As you see, this is definitely the pit stop time. As in one of the other Olympus cars is, of course, still leading the way up towards the front. And then we've got SimCity just up ahead of them. Is this, this must be owing us a pit stop at this stage. I see the traffic still a big factor for these cars. And yeah, just got to find your place on the track. Where we at? We're about 35 laps to go or so. So the later we pit, we are getting very close to just a couple of laps splash and dash, but it doesn't look like anyone is looking to be saving those extra laps.
I wonder if, going for an underfuel on the final pit stop is going to do you anything, given the fact some of these leads have been very tightly contested. I don't think it will. What happened to Impulse? They dropped back. Oh, never mind. It's just coming out of the pit stop. It's just coming out of the pit stop and things leading to things.
Yeah, the definitely well inside the pit stop cycle as always at Core and JDR having a battle in your LMP3s. Core making that position stick. Core are 13 laps into this stint, whereas JDR are only 2 laps, so there's complete difference in pit stop cycles there, but they're still batting for what is currently in this 7th position so far. Number 1, JDR, they have been strong all day, but they haven't quite seemed to really completely challenge out towards the front, and as it's worked out, they've obviously got some time somewhere dropping back a little bit further due to this. Oh, actually, I think it's because they had a 20-second time penalty. That's why. Unfortunately for them, Bolin getting a penalty for that 3-wide scenario into the bus stop that we saw a few laps ago now. And Renzo Tomas at the time, we did say that was probably going to be his penalty. And yeah, 20 seconds he would have had to serve at that pit stop.
Yeah. Which for them in a short race like this is damaging. They probably would need a yellow flag for them to run. Oh no!
Oh, all of the almost contact. As you have literally all of the classes going past. Got TCRs, got Brabham there. Then got one of the GT4s in there. Got LMP3s. Got Porsche Cups as well, using their top speed to come back. Absolute carnage there potentially, but everyone's got through. There's Impulse. Impulse and Olympus still continuing their battle there. Oh, amazing stuff here at Daytona, but somehow we're all going in the right direction.
All right, people, let's just take a moment and breathe. Thank you.
Yeah, I did breathe, by the way.
Yeah, no, I know, I did. I just cannot do that because the microphone was open for me, and I don't want to sound like I'm puffing on the microphone. But anyway, pit stops for the TCRs happening. And I was trying to pick up something within the regulations, which is, has Vipperman done their driver swap?
Yes, because they had Bell in the car in the previous stint.
Aha, okay,
so
good, because I was concerned. Okay, I was concerned for a second right there, like, Adam State might be breaching. I think that is 60% of the rules, but I was trying to find if there was any issues about it.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so with how they've done things so far. Now battling with that undercut machine just up ahead of them, as well as the sun's definitely gone here from Daytona, and 33 laps to go. Wouldn't be surprised if we do get to some floodlight situations right at the end of this race. And of course, this battle's actually. At least undercut. These battles with them have been going on for a very long time. They're on a 5-lap stint, Vidman on 6. So that is absolutely for position as we're getting all sorts of changes in LMP3 a little bit further down as well. Core, JDR coming towards turn 1, but JDR once again just sitting behind.
Absolutely, and I just took a read on the rule book over here. 500-kilometer races, the max you can do is 2 hours of your driving time. So the state could have been up until maybe lap, I would say 70-ish or 65-ish, until he has to give the car to someone else. So he probably would have been safe, but still, that would be like playing a lot with the timing, danger, and everything.
Yeah, this is the battles once again continue in the Cup category. This is so close between these drivers. Four-way battle for third in Porsche Cup. Impulse in third place, Olympus fourth, 8RS in fifth, and Apex One down there in your sixth place. And under a second between all of these drivers after 50-odd laps. Definitely shows how close the racing, the battles can be in this sort of style racing. It does get somewhat spread out often, but yeah, always good to see when you get a podium battle that remains very, very close indeed. And it doesn't look like they've actually been able to make any battles. The LMP3 there just slightly getting in the way. It's actually going to pull the ATRS car along a little bit, getting some slipstream off that car, pulling them up towards Olympus, but probably not enough as it's almost going to be a bit of contact there, but actually just getting out of the way, or not getting out of the way, just avoiding the LMP3 nicely all the way around the outside. It's going to have to be a little bit awkward. Of course, the LMP3 is technically the top class. They have much better brakes there, but up the inside, the ATRS car is going to look off the Olympus side by side. Olympus have to back out of that one. ATRS using the traffic to their advantage.
Yeah, he used the LMP3 as like the braking marker for him, and nothing that Olympus could do. He probably saw that move coming from a mile away. So that is really done by Sebastian Hove, and do that overtake on Yubov. So the Kazaki driver couldn't do much right there, and now Mario has to do his best to break away the best he can on this traffic, even though the Apex One car just giving you a little bit of a headache coming out of the corner, a little bit of a wiggle to Mario, but still keeping that car in the tarmac. That's what we want to see.
As this, it doesn't seem to be a type of battle where they're just absolutely bumper to bumper. Unfortunately as such, but a bit of traffic come in. We see the absolute slipstreams come in at certain points in the race as well. So I just need to be looking out for that one to not be overdoing it so much. And back to the TCRs, we haven't seen them too much, but battle for the lead. Brabham Esports have taken the lead from Hydro Race Geodesic, and that is looking very nice because Brabham Esports finishing inside the top 3 of the championship last year will be wanting to continue that one. And as it stands, the 115 leads here at Daytona.
Yeah, and I know somewhere in the middle of the UK, someone named Mike Yao is having a small heart attack with this battle. Since he's a Brabham fan, but nevertheless, I like what I'm seeing. You know, the gap are coming down, and Wave Italy from last to third. Of course, maybe I think a different strategy for them. And within this, yeah, they still have to pit, so that's why they're in third place. But nevertheless, an attempt of a recovery drive being successful. Imagine a yellow flag for them. That would be golden for them at these final closing stages.
Yes, definitely going to be a tough battle to the end of the race here at Daytona. Slowly coming up towards lap 60 as well. And then obviously a little bit after that will be a two-thirds race distance in this race. Brabham still leading by just shy of 0.2 of a second. They have a huge gap back to the Wave Italy 161 car. And Team Hoisingveld, of course, your reigning champions, down in 4th place. Not the best start to the season for them. They need to be trying to come back a little bit from that one. I guess the good thing for them is that there's in quotation marks only 9 cars in the category. So if you have a bit of a bad day, you don't lose quite so many points than if you had 20 odd drivers teams in your category. Geodesic, I think, just lifting off there a little bit. They closed in and then just did not get any closer at all. So they're not looking to re-overtake just yet. Just letting Brabham leave a bit for now.
I'm just having some people. I'm just watching into our YouTube chat as there's some good discussion going on. Like I think David Barraclough, brought this one up. I think that might be something of worth noticing on the Cup and maybe Sport. I think if they go one more lap on their stint, they might be able to make to the end without having been concerned over in terms of fuels. But nevertheless, GT4s are trying their best to try to make this without, having to go for splash and dash, but still unable to see what is going to go down, as now we're looking to P2 battle, as now Impulse, Mario Velgood, trying to fend off what Sebastian Hove has in store. But that front of the car of Apex Tech not looking the healthiest.
Yes, certainly tricky portion of this race for them, and they definitely got some damage there. That's going to be hindering them probably with the top speed, the drag, which is not good. As all we go to yellow.
Oh my! Here we go,
Caution
boys.
comes out, lap 59 of 88 here at Daytona, and certainly the first safety car of the year as well. So this is going to be an interesting one, how this works out with the strategy, because that's 27 laps to go as well, which is, I think, just a little bit too long potentially on the pit stop. So this might be a very strategic outcome, but let's see how this safety car period works out.
Yeah, this ring vindicates me. My ego has been boosted. I can end this. I'm really looking forward to see what caused this yellow flag. I think one of the cars towed back. I see Archer.
Yeah, let's have a replay of how this one happened. Coming in towards turn one,
Oh, no.
4 cars, 3 different classes. Oh, huge contact. 3 of the classes involved. Mercedes getting spun in towards the Apex 1 Cup on the outside. Just so awkward, easily done. And that's all it was. That's all that's needed to cause the safety car. Actually, that Apex one's absolutely ruined. Look at the rear left of that, crabbing down the straights.
Yeah, no, that the tail link is broken. That suspension is also probably damaged as well. So I think he's gonna stop on a place where he needs to be towed back to the pits. Thus causing the yellow flag. Let's look. Yeah, it goes to the access area, but that's slightly into the tarmac, into the way of some of the cars, but not way too much. And thus causing the yellow flag. As soon as we were actually gonna end our commentary stint, so wow.
Yeah, it's almost like that was timed to perfection. We're going to swap
Yes.
on the hour anyway, but as we've gone to the safety car, this will be a good time. It's been myself, Cameron Roger, and Lorenzo Bonda for the first opening portion of this season through qualifying and the first part of this race. But you have now the capable hands of Joey Tebben and Derek Watson bringing you to the end of this 500 kilometers of Daytona. Enjoy.
I see how it is, Cam. As soon as a car crash happens and calamity happens, you got to get me and Derek in the booth. That's how this is going to work. But we're happy to be here to bring you through the final stage of this 500 kilometers of Daytona here in the GSI ClubSport Series by IVRA. Derek, what perfect timing to be here. The yellow has come out for the first time all race long. It's been remarkably clean. We had every single car and team still running at the time of the caution. And now suddenly things get packed up. We go through the yellow procedure. We get ready for a very, very different sprint to the end of this race in a few minutes.
You know, I just had to go rip up some notes, Joey, because I had all these notes written down about how clean of a race it's been, no yellows, what would the storylines be, and out the window that all went. But yeah, I'm happy to be here with you. And of course, we're going to go through this procedure. It'll take a few minutes here. We'll kind of walk you through what's going to happen. But it has been a very clean race overall. We've seen some moments. We've seen some tight racing, some bump drafting, maybe a couple icky passes, but really a great race overall.
Yeah, so far, it's been a very good day for Hydro Race Geodesic Racing, especially in, well, not even especially, in every single class they've competed in this race. In LMP3, in Sport, in TCR, they have cars in contention for the race win. They're not in the lead in every class for the moment, but right now they are in the lead in LMP3, second in the Sport or the GT4 class, and second in TCR. But right now we're going through the yellow flag procedure. Pit stop's not happening for every car, every class just yet. We have to wait for everybody to circle around, everybody to catch the pace car, get the classes organized, and then the pit stop cycle tends to kick off. So it's a very organized pit stop procedure. This is the benefit of having those live admins here in IVRA competition who are able to control what's going on. They're able to alert the drivers. The drivers are able to study the procedure to know what's going on themselves. And it's just a little bit of a holding pattern until we start to see everything kick off, which really does build the tension and also gives the drivers a chance to take a little bit of a breath.
what I had begun to wonder about this process, Joey, was could this have been not exactly a fault of, but we just did our halfway point, we just did our driver swap, so it's like a new race with new drivers in the cars, so maybe that will cause a different part of the second race, is what I'm trying to say, some different aggressions, some different moments, and I think maybe what happened there in that caution that we saw the replay of right when it happened is just people not knowing how to feel out the car yet, and just a really scary moment with like 4 cars involved.
I do wonder if we're too early to beg producer Dustin Ollis for another replay of that crash. Would that be overstaying our welcome? Would that be too early of a Christmas? I think we may get a chance to. That may be the chance to look at that again.
Got to go big or go home,
Yeah. Here it is. Here we see it again. That's the Archer Brothers Mercedes, and the inside just clips one of the Porsche Cup entries and destroys the Apex 1 Porsche Cup, or at least makes heavy contact with it. Everybody kept rolling, but still heavy damage in turn 1, and the first real big incident we've seen all day, Derek.
Yeah, the first real big incident. I mean, this car right here, this black and white car on the right, looks pretty heavily damaged. But when I saw that again, it just looks like that car, the purple and black on the inside, he just didn't know his braking point into the corner and just got in a little late and slid the car around. So we'll see one more replay of it in a second. But yeah, of course, that is our first safety car procedure. We were on great pace in this, and we still are. I shouldn't say that. We're lap 60 of 88 in this race. We are well ahead of pace here. So we're going to finish this likely, knock on wood, likely under laps. Well, that's not us. So
that is not us. That is true. Joey Tebbin and Derek Watson here to bring you to the finish. Still waiting for the pit stop procedure to kick off here. Everybody's still just rolling around. But here's a much better replay of what happened in a turn 1. That was not the Archer Brothers Mercedes, by the way, on the inside. I think I mischaracterized that. Still very much the Apex 1 Porsche there, though, getting absolutely clobbered. And the second he tries to get off there, you don't see it, but that was more crab than car.
Very much crap, and that shows kind of the frustration of road racing in a nutshell right there, Joey, because being on the outside of that, he had no idea that was coming. He may have heard the tire screeching in the background, but those moments like there at Daytona at turn 1 especially feels like the most common place in my head where that can happen and you have no idea it's coming. It just sort of sneaks up on you and then you're turned around, you're wrecked. We've seen a lot of calamity both in sim and in real life in turn 1 at Daytona.
Still waiting for everything to be circled around. Race control are reorganizing all the teams, reorganizing all the cars. You see all the LMP3s meeting each other at the head of the field. It's all working out here. It's basically going to become a sprint to the finish now here, Derek. Once the pit stop cycle comes around, we'll check in and see the order of things and see how everybody's shaken out. But right now, it's going to be very difficult to beat Hydro Race Geodesic up at the front. David Duino and Maximilian Fritz, 2-driver team in this car. It is only scheduled to be a 3-hour race. It's not been an endurance race of sorts, but it is an enduro for those 2 drivers. They're going to try and run away from the rest of the field. Alex Jaringa behind the wheel of the SimCity Racing number 971 ends up in the lead of the Porsche Cup class. And then Otto Pustinen in GT4 for Glacier Racing. They've been doing a great job in the lead of that class. And that McLaren, interesting choice. We always see differences in the desired cars in classes, Derek. This season, it seems like the McLaren GT4 is potentially the car to have. We've seen in other leagues drivers be fast in the Porsche GT4 and the Mercedes GT4, but here, Glacier Racing and Hydro Race Geodesic, they're 1-2 in that McLaren.
Yeah, that McLaren does seem to be the car choice, and it is kind of interesting how it does change either from series to series or from track to track, how the car of preference will change, but the McLaren has been dominant. And across all of iRacing, we see from time to time when the McLaren kind of peeks its head out in different classes. The one that comes to mind to me, I think, this year or last year for the 12 Hours of Bathurst, the GT3s, the McLaren peeked its head out and was the strongest car. So keeping up on the correct car choice can matter a lot in your success in events like this.
And there is one more class in this series, TCR. It's a 4-class endurance series. That is one of the unique things about the GSI ClubSport series by IVRA. Brabham Esports behind the wheel of the Hyundai Elantra. Ricardo Ferreira currently behind the wheel. They've been out front for a little while, but they've got a very familiar livery behind him. That's the Hydro Race Geodesic TCR entry. But pit stops are about to come here as we cycle onto pit road. Here we come. It's Daytona pit stop time. It's always a tricky pit lane. It's long. It's designed for NASCAR. You can fit a lot more cars there in a sports car race, though. And everybody now in all 4 classes has to try and find their box.
And you have to think this is the last one. We're only going to have about 24 laps probably when we go green. This will be, if not the last one, this will be provide some splash and goes at the end. So there's no reason not to stop here. And of course, the unique point that you see from the camera view is teams are going to share pit stalls here. So it'll be an interesting view from the cameras. But yep, pit stops are underway, and everyone looks clean so far.
And looks clean, looks perfectly fine. It was a later entry for the Delatraz Automotive LMP3, but they've made it into their box as well. But this is an absolute circus. 4 different classes of cars, 4 different pit stop times, 4 different ways of getting service, and eventually everybody makes it out with very little trouble. But we do have to wait for the pit lane exit to open. Well done, everybody, for watching their screens there and knowing pit lane exit not quite open. We're going to have to park it up. It's a little bit like when you park at a stop sign on Connecticut's Route 15, and now they get the green flag, the green light to come out, and eventually they'll slot back in line. We'll reorganize everybody, and then, once that's all done, we'll be ready to go back to green. It's a many-step process, but it's for the best, for getting everybody organized and making sure we have the cleanest possible race to the end. I'd say if I had to predict, Derek, I'd say we'll go green with just over 20 laps to go.
Yeah, that sounds about right. By the way, that pit road exit, I want to talk about it for that's one of the most unique ones I can think of, because there's really, you know, that exit, that bend right there, what do you want to call it, that's the actual exit. It's not just getting off a pit road. So while you can't race up there, it's just for the driver mentality, especially under green, is very different about when you can let off the pit limiter and get back in the gas, because that line changed, what, 2-3 years ago in iRacing? It used to be just the end of pit road, and now they've moved it all the way up to the end of those cones there.
It always pays to be a scholar, Derek. It always pays to learn. Oh dear, we've got a crash under caution. The JDR LMP3 in the wall. Heavy damage. That is destruction to the front end of that LMP3. The front right is flopping around. The front assembly is gone. Disaster for a Ligier P3.
I was admittedly not fully focused on that moment, because we were having a conversation under yellow, and I didn't assume that was going to happen. So I'm curious to see what happened there, because that right there is on the entrance back to NASCAR. Under green, that's a pretty ferocious corner, but I don't know what happened. Let's see it again here.
Alexander Russell behind the wheel, just pacing speeds. Bam! That's bizarre.
Did he lose, like, hardware failure? Wow.
Considering he's still out there, I don't think it was a hardware failure, but I did just see in the session his teammate and co-driver Graham Bolin has disconnected from the session. I think if that's a sign of anything, Derek, I think that's a sign that the JDR Graphics SimSport #1 is going to be done for the day. We knew that based on the damage already. Maybe they would have been able to get it repaired and go out for another minute, but I don't think they're continuing on after that. That is heavy damage, and Alex Russell is either going to be embarrassed or he's going to be questioning what went on there.
Yeah, a little bit of both, I think, will probably be the answer to that scenario. But wow,
we might need to ride on board, honestly, because it's very easy, Derek, as you know, and as I know very well, to lose focus under caution, to just throw it off the road like that. But that was so fast, and it was at such a weird place that I can't imagine a driver of Alex Russell's character or Alex Russell's experience simply just forgot about that. I have no idea what happened there. He's trying to fling the right front wheel off, so he's definitely upset, but man, that is... Suddenly, we've just got a whole nother wrench thrown into things here, Derek.
Yeah, I mean, and I guess if there's any quote-unquote good news, which is hard to say that in that scenario, Joey, it's that it was only a one-car incident, so it's not going to hold up the yellow procedure, the safety car procedure. I almost said yellow car and combine them together, but that's not it. Yeah, is this on board here, I think? Let's watch this again.
It looks like he has no brakes. He turned in basically about where you'd expect, but way too much speed, and He was actually, as our producer Dustin Alice points out, he was wiggling around in pit lane. I thought that was just, for the heck of it, but that may have just been to slow down. He may have entirely lost brakes, Derek.
Yeah, that makes sense about coming back to the hardware failure topic of maybe something happened there. Maybe, I don't know. But yeah, that's going to go on my list of bizarre things I did not have in the bingo card. But watch him here. This is the interesting part. If he doesn't have brakes, like, I guess he just slow speed. You just lift here. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I guess
a perpendicular right front wheel does kind of act as a brake, I think you could say, but I don't know.
Yeah, you know me. I'm not usually lost for words, but I don't exactly have a good explanation for you.
Well, bad news for the team that came into this race, came into this series the number one, not the defending champions, but they did get that number one, and unfortunately, the number one is going to be the first DNF in LMP3 with one of the missing wheels. Unfortunately, it looks a little bit like an LMP4, but that is going to get rid of one of our LMP3 competitors as we see the rest of the LMP3 competitors cycling their way back to the front. It's a little bit like building a skyscraper, Derek. You build it level by level, and eventually you've got a beautiful tower in the sky, and then we finally go green. We're still very much in the construction phase right now.
We are. You know what? I think these guys, what they did is they knew that Cam and Lorenzo were leaving, and they decided to give us the exciting part of things to talk about. So, I think that's what's happening here. We're just getting the busy part of the conversation.
I mean, if people were here with us last week for the 1,000 kilometers of Sebring in the IVRA Endurance Series, very similar scenario. Caution came out, yellow flag came out with 40 laps to go, if I remember correctly. Set us up for a fantastic run to the end of the race, just one pit stop, and it was half a second at the line in the GTP class. It was 1/10 of a second at the line in the GT3 Pro class. It was a fantastic race, and I have a feeling we're about to see something very, very similar here in the GSI ClubSport Series. LMP3 all cycled to the front. Porsche Cup looks to be organized as well. We're going to have to wait for the lights to go out on the safety car, but I have to imagine we'll be going green here in 1 or 2 more laps. And things are only getting cooler as we pace around under caution, Derek. 24 degrees Celsius. Could not tell you what that translates to in Fahrenheit. Somebody tells me the formula every time I do one of these races, and I never remember it. Either way, it is fairly cool for Florida. 75 degrees Fahrenheit. That's going to make some drivers pretty happy.
Yeah, that will make some drivers happy. There's a couple elements that are changing in this race, on top of the driver swaps we just did, maybe a half hour ago at this point, with not a lot of green flag racing. The track's going to get cooler, so you're going to have to make some in-car adjustments to account for that. And it's going to get darker. And, some people are different about this. Some people prefer the light time or the daytime because they want to see those breaking points. It's sometimes harder to spot your breaking points as the sun goes down. So this could be a much different race than what we saw for the first 55 or 60 laps.
Still seeing some of the few LMP3 cars in the back of the field cycling their way forward. A few more teams taking some extra service, potentially taking some extra fuel, potentially getting some damage fixed. Well, definitely some damage fixed for the JDR Graphics Sim Sport number 1, but Trek Esports back down pit lane. Looked like the ATRS Academy number 12 was back down pit lane as well. Maybe taking a little bit of extra fuel, maybe changing the tires. I don't know what's going on back there, but it's a few other teams getting some extra service.
And by the way, if you've never had the pleasure as a spectator of watching this series before, or if you've never had the pleasure of watching it inside the simulator, I want to give a call out real quick while we're under yellow. The way that Race Control leads this moment and the way they give very clear instructions, there's no doubt what's going on. It's very calm. There's no chaos right now. The Race Control is very calm on their voice. It's a great process to watch happen. If you're a league admin or want to be a league admin, these are the guys to study.
If you want to be a part of the conversation, hashtag IVRA on your social media platforms of choice. The conversation going on there and continuing all season long. We're integrating some more social media into the IVRA League scenario. But as we are still sat here, as we are waiting for the final couple of cars to cycle out, I think it's about time that we cycle through the classes, get you updated on where everybody stands, and then once we go green, we'll be ready for an absolute shootout. Up front in LMP3, no surprise, nothing's changed there. It's the Hydro Race Geodesic White number 72, David Duino and Maximilian Fritz have both piloted that car today. They have been absolutely dominant. They've been running up front all day, and that is not going to change here. But in second, it's actually the 11 car of Vipperman Racing. Adam State currently behind the wheel there. He's going to be looking forward at the Hydro Race Geodesic team, trying to break their dominance. Chris Bell shares that car with him. And then in third, it's going to be an unfamiliar situation. It's going to be an uncomfortable situation for that number 11, because they are in a Hydro Race Geodesic sandwich with Hydro Race Geodesic cars as the bread. The number 64 with Austin Young currently behind the wheel. Very experienced driver in endurance racing and sports car racing of all types, sharing that car with Bo Rigger. This is the LMP3 class. Single make, the Ligier JS P320. It's all LMP3 cars, and there are some driver rating requirements. It's quite a complicated system, but not actually, and as I say that, actually, the Vipperman Racing number 11 is coming back down pit lane. Hydro Race Geodesic staying out, so it looks like it's only going to be that number 11 team who's going to come down and fall out of the top three, Derek. We're getting interrupted in our run down through the field because the number 11 team, they've got some strategy on the mind with only 20-something laps left to go when we go green eventually. They might think they can make it to the end if they can take some extra fuel.
They're doing a driver swap. Look at that. Even more confusing to me in a way. I haven't kept up on their driver swaps all day, but I was not expecting a driver swap right there. Maybe
it looks like they have a black flag. So did that come from entering a closed pits? I think it may have. Adam State gets out of the car. Chris Bell gets behind the wheel, and that's given the team that were sitting in 11th under caution there a black flag. They're going to go to the back of the field, and that pit stop's still going.
Yeah, I'm really confused by that and what happened there and what the decision making was. It's hard to believe that unless that black flag already existed, that you would ever want to pull out of second place with about 20 laps to go. Yeah, so I wonder if, I don't know. I'll have to see if I can figure it out on my own. The only thing I can think about in my head, I know we just got a reminder in our ears from Race Control that pit exit is closed. I wonder, sometimes when you give a reminder to people, you're given a reminder not just to do it randomly, you're given a reminder because maybe someone, needs a reminder. So I can't, I don't know.
Here's the number 11 Wipperman Racing LMP3 coming in. Looks.
Oh, there's the red light in the top right, left of your screen. Pardon me.
Exactly right. Yeah, there's the red light in the left of your screen underneath that Goodyear sign in the media center. Pit lane was closed, so Wipperman Racing from third to the back of the pack in the LMP3 class with this one stop.
Now, being that we're under yellow, I would have to go back and look and see what the penalty is. Have they decided that maybe getting the gas and being good to the end is worth the cost? That's a big decision. I don't know that I agree with that, but I'm just trying to put my team owner strategy hat on for a second and think through the possibility of conversations.
Lights are out on the safety car. Race Control has changed the caution length to 1 lap to green, so we're getting ready here. The Moradness M squad, by the way, they get promoted up into third in LMP3. Alec Bergstrom currently behind the wheel there. The Porsche Cup class, the second of our 4 classes. Once again, single make. It's Impulse Racing and ATRS Esports 1 and 2 there. Olympus Esports has their 2 teams behind them. Then in the GT4 class, not much has changed there. Hydro Race Geodesic, Kramer Racing Esports, and Echelon Sim Sports 1, 2, 3. And then down in TCR, it's actually a little bit of a change. Wave Italy back up front over Brabham Esports, over Team Husingfeld in TCR. But we're ready to go racing, Derek. The cautions come to an end very, very early, or very, very quickly, rather. Not necessarily early. Everybody getting back in line. The Trek Esports LMP3 in the back of your screen getting in line just in time. But suddenly, it becomes Hydro Race Geodesic Civil War 1 and 2 up at the front of the field. David Duino versus Austin Young, 2 of the strongest LMP3 drivers we have to offer here in league competition on iRacing, and they are ready to do battle. The Wipperman Racing number 11 does eventually get in line in LMP3 at the back of the pack as well, but we are ready to go green. 23 laps left to go at the line in this 500 kilometers of Daytona, and it's Hydro Race Geodesic and David Duino that bring us back to green. Clean and tidy stuff into turn 1 between the teammates. No surprise there, but side by side a little bit further back as A few of the further back teams go side by side. Core Sim Racing and Delatraz Automotive. A little bit of a dive into the first horseshoe behind Delatraz Automotive. That's the team Hoisingfeld number 49 going for a little bit of a move. Everybody cycles through safely, and it's Porsche Cup side by side, GT4 side by side, TCR side by side. Everybody is going for it further back.
Well, and as you said, this has turned into a sprint race, Joey. So now, this moment on a restart, when you're all bunched together, this is almost your best moment to make a big move and to make a standing. But I think we got a wreck back here in GT4. So look in the back of your screen. We're
cars all over the road. It is a parking lot in GT4 coming into the kink. There's Mercedes everywhere. There's Aston Martins everywhere. It's like a crash in Connecticut. It's all over the place. No caution comes out, but there are cars everywhere. You have to imagine the race control is watching this, seeing if everybody's able to get going. If everybody is able to keep rolling, there won't be a safety car, and it looks like that is the case. But there is going to be heavy, heavy damage for multiple cars. At least 6 cars in GT4 involved with heavy damage, and they're still kicking off.
I think this is a replay of it. This is a replay. This is going to be out of turn 2, the first horseshoe, heading into the kink. And wow, look at that blockage of the track there. That's hard to get through. Oh, that car came across there very bravely.
Lots and lots of damage. The Kramer Esports team, I believe they made it through, but many, many others not quite so lucky. And I have a feeling we're going to see a flurry of entries onto pit lane here after that. That is tragic for a lot of teams deep in the field, but Huge Ass made it through in GT4, and there's still more battles going on here at LMP3. The Trek Esports LMP3 making a move there, and side by side for second, Hydra Race Geodesic and the Moradness M squad. Not for the podium, not for second. It's kind of a mirror of what was going on for second. Instead, the Moradness M squad have actually fallen back quite a bit. Restarted in third, but Alec Bergstrom has now fallen to sixth.
Yeah, that's kind of curious.
Again. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that was close.
Remember, the Trek Esports 33 started on pole. They've got speed. They've run into a little bit of bad luck here, but with 22 laps to go, with everybody closed back up, you look at that LMP3 and P10, it was P1 at the start of this race. You can imagine that Trek Esports might be able to make up 9 spots with how aggressive that Niels van Handel behind the wheel has been.
Well, you have to imagine it's possible, especially with all the calamity we're seeing. You know, that's sort of the fun and the nightmare of endurance racing is you run it lap by lap. You never know what's going to happen to yourself or your opponents. But everyone down into, I guess we're calling it the Le Mans chicane. Have you converted, Joey Tebben, or is it still the bus stop?
I mean, I should convert, but sometimes it's hard to change old habits. You know, I'm still calling it Zaire instead of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and there is more trouble out of the second horseshoe. Another spin for Mercedes and GT4. We get a replay here of what happened. There were some TCRs having an argument ahead, Obsidian and Impulse, and then trying to come through and gets looped around. One of the Sim Magic, the number 489, looped around through no fault of their own.
Yeah, no fault of their own there as well. And you see him bow back on track, and we'll keep an eye on the race here. But wow, that was just being shoved off track. That was pretty brutal there.
Pretty brutal stuff. This could be brutal for Trek Esports around the outside of that Moradness LMP3. Alec Bergstrom, who started in third, has just been struggling, maybe struggling to get the tires up to temperature, just not quite able to match some of these other guys up front here. And Niels van Handel far later on the break, still moving forward, as Brockway is frankly just trying to hang on here. Still P7 now, hasn't fallen out of the top 10 or anything, but he's just trying to keep a hold of this LMP3 car. In LMP3, this is the highest rated class. Every single driver in these cars has to be Amethyst rated or better. In IVRA, that means 3,000 I rating or better. There's 6 classes from Amber to Pro. Amethyst is sort of the third rung of that. I guess you can compare it to gold drivers in real IMSA. So everybody in this class has tons of speed. They're some of the best we have to offer in prototype racing and iRacing League competition. But sometimes the anger and the aggression gets the best of anybody, and Trek Esports' Niels van Handel is driven from 10th to 6th here in about 2 laps, and he's not done. He's going for 5th on Michael Dobek.
Yeah, now he's going to try to find the slipstream of the draft here and not make the move to the outside. In my opinion, I think I would have waited a little later, but, you know, I'm not the Amethyst driver, so we'll see how this works out here. He's going to run it high, and he's going to try to find the big breaking point into 1, but he gets blocked here, and they're going to go...
Sends it! sends it to the inside. I said aggression. Well, put that in the dictionary next to the word aggression. Huge dive on Michael Dobeck. The Kramer Esports number 32 demoted to 6th. And Niels van Handel up into 5th. Derek, I said I wouldn't count them out driving from 10th to 1st. I didn't actually expect that to be able to happen, and we may just be about to see that.
That has got to be like in the top 5 of most aggressive moves I've seen at Daytona in a long time. I was talking about setting up a pass and making it work, but I didn't think that's what was coming. My goodness. But let's talk about aggression for a second. You were saying aggression is the word we're going to find here, especially in 1 every time, or I guess 2, every time we come around. Look at all the smoke these guys are kicking up in those corners from using those brakes so aggressively. It's pretty impressive. You can see the aggression in just that form of how much smoke we're kicking up turn by turn and how bad these guys want to stay where they are on the track.
But as this number 33 moves forward, as Niels van Handel continues to make moves, things do get a little bit more difficult as you move forward. You've got Prestanda Nomad and Delatraz Automotive up ahead. 2 drivers with Thomas Imborg and Lachlan Behrman. Not going to be easy to pass, but we saw how aggressive Van Handel was able to get into turn 1. And here we go again in the double draft of 3rd and 4th up ahead. You can feel the banking with the gyroscopic camera. It's like we're riding in the passenger seat, and he's still just trying to get that double draft, slowly inching forward. The draft in the LMP3 cars is surprisingly weak. It's not going to give you that much of an advantage. It's not going to pull you forward that much unless you're a little bit closer, but it has critically brought that Trek Esports number 33 that little bit closer, and it's given Niels van Handel the fastest lap of this race as the track gets cooler and cooler.
Wow, I was anxious thinking we were seeing another one there. I'm kind of glad we didn't, but I was ready for round 2 right there, Joey.
Little bit of a lock up there. There's the door open. That's Delatraz Automotive down into 5th. Thomas Imborg, little bit of a mistake into the International Horseshoe. Give one more spot, maybe the easiest spot that Niels van Handel and Trek Esports have gained. And there's another one into the 2nd Horseshoe, 2 in 1. Book him up into 3rd. Trek Esports is on the podium. Only Hydro Race Geodesic up ahead.
Now, let me be the pessimist of the group for a second, Joey. What I'm wondering in my head right now is, are you pushing too hard? What's your tire situation going to be like here in 18, 19 to go? If you're pushing that hard to pass everyone, are you going to find yourself in a spot where you are 3rd, maybe 2nd, and all of a sudden you don't have the tire grip to hold on to what you've gained in this first part of the sprint?
Well, here comes revenge. You're not going to win the battle that easily. Prestanda Nomad looking to the inside, looking to the outside, eventually decides, you know what? It may not be worth paddling. That Trek Esports number 33 may be too fast to keep up with, and it may be worth it for Lachlan Behrman to say, you know what? I'm just going to slot back in line. I'm going to let them continue to battle. We do have to look back in GT4 because things are just as close in this class. They're as close in every single class in this field, but right now it is Davide Truccoli, I should say, in the Sabelt Esports GT4 entry, ahead of the 2 Hydro Race Geodesic GT4 entries. Very strong in GT4 competition has been Hydro Race Geodesic for the longest time. John Badefer and Justin Ream teaming up in that McLaren, and then the 2nd car, Frank Smits and Sven Janssen. 2nd and 3rd, they're not going to be happy with that. They want to sweep as many of these classes as they can, and it's looking more and more unlikely that that LMP3 could happen with how fast that Trek Esports LMP3 has been. So it's good to have 2 cars in GT4 if you're Hydro Race Geodesic, with 2 very, very strong pairs of drivers who want to get ahead of Davide Truccoli.
You know, it's interesting the comment you mentioned earlier about the LMP3s and the draft and how it's not that strong. Now we're watching the GT4s, and it's almost as if the draft looks stronger for the GT4s, Joey, than it does for the LMP3s. You can almost gain a little bit more of a run, a little bit more of an advantage here. Look at them all. There's, what, 1, 2, 3, 4. There were 5 in line before that car pulled out there, and now we're going to have our first multi-class traffic moment after the restart here.
Some LMP3s coming through, some Porsche Cups coming through, and you see a move to the outside. It's Hydro Race Geodesic versus Hydro Race Geodesic. To the outside, Frank Smits on John Badefer in traffic. That's not going to work, and that might open the door for the Glacier Racing 455 to come through. They don't. Everybody slots back in line, but a little bit of a disturbance in the force with LMP3s and Porsche Cup opens the door, and into the International Horseshoe there is side-by-side the McLaren with Otto Pustinen behind the wheel. He's going to try and kick Frank Smits off the podium to the outside into the kink here. Is he going to make it work? That's high commitment. He's not clear, and now he is into the braking zone to the second horseshoe.
And a great hold on side by side back there to the horseshoe. That was tight. And they still are side by side, but that's a great job by the LMP3 of being careful, being consistent, being patient, and working through that traffic that we saw. They're still side by side here, come up through NASCAR. And I think they're going to sort it out right here because you'll get a better run on the outside. And that seems to be where that draft was. Now it's not, so I don't know if they're going to work it out after all.
Open a big old hole in the draft, running side by side on the banking. That's gonna make the Mercedes behind very, very happy, almost rubbing fenders, and they do come together. Sim City Racing makes it through, but German Sim Racing, the World of Sim Racing team, Kramer Esports, those are the main two involved. Heavy damage into the safer barrier on the back straight, and Kramer and World of Sim Racing trying to race side by side, trying to take advantage of the side draft. It ends in a lot more than a side draft. It ends in calamity and the end of both of their races.
This might be another safety car. I don't know if that car's can get back around. The rules are, basically, if you have to request a tow, you're likely going to put a safety car out. They're going to take an access road here.
I think they're far enough they can make it, but Sabelt Esports, they've come down pit lane. They can't make it to the end of the race. And suddenly, Glacier Racing, they were fourth 1 lap ago to the inside into turn 1 on John Betafer. And there goes Glacier Racing into P1 and GT4.
That is a moment that this is where I think you and I have done some endurance racing commentating together, and I'm a little bit more anti-draft maneuvers in road cars than I think you are. This side drafting that we're trying to do in road racing now, the bump drafting that we're doing, I'm not the biggest fan because of moments like that. These cars are not built for it, and you find yourself in a situation like that. I'm a little bit more of a, I guess, an old man or a classic kind of guy. Line up and draft, but that was too much.
And suddenly, the more things have changed in GT4, the more they look the same. Sabelt Esports, they were leading, but they weren't going to be able to make it to the end. They've come down pit lane for their final bit of service. And suddenly, Hydro Race Geodesic, who were looking to be first and second, suddenly they're back in second and third with another car up ahead of them. But we're going to catch a replay of what happened between the World of Sim Racing number 451 and the K Kramer Esports number 424. Here they are side by side. And there's the big one.
Wow, I'd love to see one more replay from like a chase camera. I'm not sure if that was a side draft or if maybe if the car on the inside just thought he was clear and wasn't. I'm not sure, but wow, that's a big impact.
Very big impact. Things have changed in TCR as well. Hydro Race Geodesic, the Echelon squad, they've actually managed to get into the lead in that class. There's another replay of the GT4 big one, though. Both of those cars were able to drive back to pit lane, so no yellow. But it's a shock that they were able to drive that back. That's huge damage.
Yeah, I was convinced that they weren't going to drive it back around until I saw that he was taking that access road deep on the inside of the track. I thought for sure, and man, with 16 to go, if we get another safety car procedure here, we would only have a very, very short dash to the finish here under a green flag. That would be exciting and scary all at the same time.
Hydro Race Geodesic, the 162 car in the lead in TCR. Spencer McCarthy currently behind the wheel, but he has very, very close company. Fabian Siegman and the Team Hoisingfeld LMP3 is behind them. Things are getting very close in LMP3, though, up front with only 15 laps to go. These are critical moments. Only a second separates the top three now in LMP3. Trek Esports have kind of stratified out. They've kind of stagnated. Battle is for sixth here. The third Hydro Race Geodesic LMP3 versus the white and black and red Kramer Racing Esports LMP3. And Boots and VDS by undercut, third in line. Haven't talked much about them, but they're really finding some speed late on in this run. And you can throw a blanket over 6th, 7th, and 8th in LMP3. You can throw a blanket over 4th and 5th as well. But Hydro Race Geodesic from the lead in TCR, they've just had an incident. They're gone. Team Hoisingfeld retakes the lead in TCR a little bit further back as they're side by side having all sorts of incidents in LMP3. This is Hydro Race Geodesic, Derek. As we looked away, they threw away the lead. A mistake for Spencer McCarthy has dropped Hydro Race Geodesic from the lead to third.
Yeah, a rare mistake from Geodesic. That's a team that's known for their success, their consistency, has a great reputation. Let's watch it again. Oh,
that was GT4 traffic coming through, not Spencer McCarthy's fault whatsoever. He's not going to be very happy with the GT4 traffic coming through there.
So, my only thought as we saw that, though, yeah, I mean, he went wide to avoid the GT4 traffic, but almost, in my opinion, went too wide. I don't know if he needed to be that wide to avoid the traffic. We'll come back to live racing here. So I think that I think he avoided the traffic, but I think he overreacted a little bit there, Joey.
Having a little bit of technical difficulties, unfortunately, on the production PC. We'll get those resolved when we can, but bad luck there for Hydro Race Geodesic. Still slotting back in third, so it's not over, but yeah, just a little bit of contact with the Aston Martin GT4. It was, who was it? I'm trying to identify who it was. It was the Apex 1 401, Patrick Witkowski, trying to come through, and a little bit of a kablamo, but things are not over. Things are not over for any of the Hydro Race Geodesic teams. They found each other again in LMP2. It's a little bit of a civil war as they navigate through traffic. The 72 car that's been ahead for the longest time. David Duino's still behind the wheel. He's still trying to hold off his teammate, but all gloves are off. 14 laps to go. There's no team orders in Hydro Race Geodesic land.
No, we've seen them race multiple times. We know there's no team orders. They're going to come down here, and I'm still going to call it the bus stop. I'm an old man, so I'm an old dog and new tricks. I can't do it, but see these guys work together. This is beautiful. I'm sure they were a little closer for the draft, but I'm sure that they know what they're doing, so we'll figure it out here. And only about 14 to go here, coming around to 13 laps to go here. A Geodesic 1-2 is currently on the table right now, Joey.
Let's see, are they going to find each other in turn one? Austin Young in the draft of his teammate. Does he go for the move? He does not. Slots back in line. They're going to wait a little bit to resolve that, but that could be the smart thing to do, Derek. You might not want to go side by side. You might not want to race that hard early, because they still have Delatraz Automotive right behind. They've fallen back. It's about a 2-second gap to third now. But the second you start running side by side, the second you start getting aggressive, especially through the middle sector at Daytona, you're going to lose a ton of time, and suddenly a 2-car battle could become a 5-car battle or more.
Yeah, it's funny how we're on the same brainwaves. That's exactly what I was going to talk about, is that if you're going to make the pass here, you have to be clean and get it done. When you start racing side by side, now neither one of you are running your line, neither one of you are going max speed, and all of a sudden, yeah, third, fourth, on back will close that gap up on you. So if you're going to make the pass from second, you guys need to coordinate it and make it clean. Make it like right here through, into or out of the bus stop and be done with it. If you battle, this is a whole new race.
Listening to that engine note there, Derek. Not saving fuel. They're definitely comfortable to make it to the end. 13 laps left to go. No thinking about fuel strategy. Is absolutely 100% battle right now. And as things shake out a little bit, it looks a little bit like Austin Young, a little bit more tentative through the bus stop, not able to close up in those critical places. But we are back to full service. Apologies for the technical difficulties, but we are ready to go to the finish now. Just as things are kicking off again in the Porsche Cup class, Impulse Racing and ATRS Esports, and third place Visceral Esports as well, they have all found each other at the head of the pack in Porsche Cup, and this is as unresolved as any class.
This is very unresolved, and any moment now could get very dangerous, especially right here in the bus stop where people like to make moves that don't always advise. This is 1, 2, 3, and 4 right here, and they are all within a second of each other. So at any moment now, someone could pull out of this draft line and try to make a move, maybe into turn 1, and we'll see a repeat of what we saw from Trekkie about 20 minutes ago.
The 4-car battle, actually. I got to give credit to SimCity Racing as well. They've joined the back of this train as well. One of the newer teams in sim racing, only got started back in 2020. A little bit of help from a guy you may have heard of named Kurt Busch, but side by side for the lead, a little bit of GT4 traffic in front. ATRS in that orange and white, Impulse in teal and black and white, still side by side through turn 1, through turn 2, through turn 3, 3 wide with the Hyperion GT4 into the International Horseshoe, and they're not done yet. The 915 getting back on the throttle, trying to stay side by side, and now it is resolved. Impulse racing up into P1, and Visceral Esports wants to take P2 through the dogleg. Not going to be able to do it unless they can find an opening here on the brakes, and that door is not going to open.
And so far through that first set of corners in the infield here, Sim City looks to be kind of patient, almost like they're waiting for something to happen. They almost want to be the beneficiaries of a bad decision by the 3 cars in front of them. I suspect they'll get a little bit more aggressive here in a lap or two, but for now, they just want to feel it out. They want to see how it's going to go and maybe see if they can, wait for something to come to them.
This is the closest battle on track. The GT4 classes is pretty close as well, but Porsche Cup seems to be more immediately resolvable. Mario Velgood for Impulse Racing, Sebastian Hove for ATRS. Could we see a flip around of what we just saw in the previous lap when we get into turn 1 again? Sebastian Hove within 2.5 tenths of that Impulse Racing Porsche 992 up ahead. And on to the banking again, on to the NASCAR front straight. You have to imagine it's a consideration for ATRS. Do we go for the lead again? Do we go for another dive? If Sebastian Hove gets the chance, he's absolutely going to go for it, especially with some TCR and GT4 traffic coming up.
Yeah, this is that moment to try to be bold and make a move, and hopefully you can put that traffic between you as like a pick. You know, we use in other sports that's common, especially in basketball, get a moving pick. That's what you're hoping for here, is to get that here. But now that P Cubs are being forced to go to the outside here through the corners, and I think they're going to be good here, at least for the first couple.
It's a single make class, the one of 2 single make classes in the field here in Porsche Cup. Everybody driving the exact same Porsche 911 GT3 Cup, the new version, the 993, and there's 2 993s side by side for just a moment before the dogleg. Sebastian Hove giving it absolutely everything here, but on the brakes, has to slot back in line, has to wait a little while longer. But up in LMP3, there's Ben Trouble, the second Hydro Race Geodesic LMP3. It's the 64 of Austin Young, has fallen off the podium, has fallen out of the top 5.
Yeah, out of the top 5. That's hard to see, to watch anyone fall out who had a great race, but still some great battles happening here. Look, there's that.
He's fallen out of the top 3, actually. Still slots back and forth. Forgive the mathematical error there. He's got Trek Esports, who are in 5th behind him, but that's not going to be a comfortable situation. You saw how aggressive Niels van Handel in that blue and white Trek Esports LMP3 has been. Suddenly, the driver who's fighting for the lead is just trying to fight to stay in the top 4.
Come around here into the second horseshoe and see what kind of moves we see if Trekkie wants to make one here. I'm almost wondering if they're out of aggressive, but man, still look at all the tire lockup and brake lockup happening through these corners. We're multiple laps into this run. I can't believe these guys are still locking them up that hard this many laps in now.
Well, the tires are going to be shredded. They're going to be a little bit like rectangles by the end of this, but look at this traffic navigation. Just trying to stay in line is the Trek Esports LMP3. Fastest lap of the race turned by Jan Senkowski. Not going to affect them too much here, but look at this, getting through some GT4s on the brakes into the bus stop or into the Le Mans chicane, whatever your preference is. Niels van Handel staying in line, but now he's got a huge exit. He's got an uncomfortable driver ahead of him, and he's got the podium in sight as well. The Delatraz Automotive LMP3 is right ahead as well. This could be a 2-for-1 special if Trek Esports can get through here, if they can find a clean piece of track, which seems almost impossible.
Yeah, you know what? And as much as we're watching all this traffic and how chaotic this traffic is, we have a track coming up in a couple months at Road Atlanta that'll be even tighter than this all day long for how much traffic there is. This is not the worst it's going to be for traffic all season long.
Very late in the brakes, though, was the 33. He's going to have to slot back in line with a little bit of a mistake there. The battle for second now kicking off. Delatraz Automotive up into second. Prestanda Nomad in third. That Delatraz LMP3 is it's looking pretty quick. It was a 2-second gap up to Hydro Race Geodesic just a couple of moments ago. But with the traffic, with a little bit of late race speed from Lachlan Behrman in the Prestanda Nomad car and Thomas Imborg in the Delatraz Automotive car, they're bringing down that gap, and suddenly things look just as uncomfortable as they did for Hydro Race Geodesic. It's not a teammate behind, though, to have a little bit of a buffer. It is two very, very hungry manufacturers who are both coming back from a little bit of bad luck earlier. The number 8 seems a little bit quicker to straight line, though. The Delatraz car pulling away from the Prestanda Nomad car, and that number 56 for Prestanda Nomad, Derek, lifting off a little bit into the bus stop. Maybe less comfortable on fuel, or maybe simply just backing the corner up to get a far better exit and giving one heck of a bump draft to the second place car.
Yeah, that was an amazing run for cars we talked about that maybe don't draft all that well earlier. That was an incredible run to get up there and make that happen and get that bump draft in, but I was wondering the same thing as you. Why was he falling so far off? And hold on. Rewind.
TCR, Hoisingfeld versus Brabham side by side with some LMP3s coming through. Brabham on the outside, Hoisingfeld on the inside. It's Hyundai versus Hyundai, and they're still not done, leaning on each other, British touring car style. And there it is, the 148 for Team Hoisingfeld resolves that for a moment. Fabian Siegman up ahead, a little bit of a dive from Brabham, but that's going to be resolved for just a moment. You have to imagine that once they get onto the back straight again, though, Ricardo Ferreira in that second place car, he's been aggressive, he's got a fast car, and these TCRs, they can draft like no other class seems to be able to do today.
Yeah, they do seem to kind of be the kings of drafting and the kings of momentum and runs, so we'll see how that plays out as we get back onto the NASCAR banking. Of course, that's where the drafting will traditionally happen. We still got more LMP3s coming to the inside here, and they're going to push the TCRs kind of wide.
Very wide. Very, very wide was the Hoisingfeld 148, but Brabham and Hydro Race Geodesic, they've come close together as well. Nearly contact into the final corner onto the oval, and that helps the 148 quite a bit. 0.7 of a second back. It's not going to help them when GT4s and LMP3 are coming through. That might check them up even more. But there's a little bit of breathing room for Team Hoisingfeld right now. Little bit of calm for a couple of seconds, and now suddenly they look back in their rearview mirrors. It's still half a second to Ricardo Ferreira. A much better exit through the bus stop and near contact at LMP3. That was almost a repeat of what we saw in GT4.
Oh, that's P6 and P7 right there. They were trying to draft, I think, and that side draft thing. You guys got to be careful about this stuff. That's how dangerous it is. And whew, man, they're going to come around here to turn one okay, but I was convinced that was going to end poorly.
They still end poorly. Sven Newman in the core sim racing LMP3. Valentin Boni in the Bootson VDS by undercut, orange and black, side by side into the International Horseshoe. It's very difficult to make it work around the outside there, but when the car in front locks up, it gives you an opportunity. Not going to happen in LMP3. Back in TCR, though, as this resolves itself for a moment, that battle for the lead, Derek, is still kicking off. It was 1/10 of a second coming under braking into turn one. This is a three-way battle, and there is no favorite right now.
There's no favorite right now, and I think the thing to put in the back of your mind, Joey, to borrow a line from one of your other broadcast partners, we're sort of at the point of no return. I would think if a safety car command comes out right now, that we're done. There's no way we're getting back green with 7 laps to go per that safety car procedure. So whatever you want to get out of this race, you better get it now and be ready in case that safety car comes out.
Big trouble in Porsche Cup. It was the Impulse Racing number 915 who's come down pit lane. They can't make it to the end. I don't think, Derek, if Impulse Racing has to come down from the lead, I don't think anybody in the Cup class can make it to the end. Everybody may have to still make a pit stop in our Porsche Cup single make class. And Impulse Racing gets a splash and dash out of the way. Very short stop. They're back out on the track. But we may see, oh dear, Core Sim Racing LMP3, Derek. We saw them very, very close on the banking a couple of laps ago, but they are destroyed. That is a destroyed Ligier LMP3. And that's going to be the end of that race for them.
Not the car.
We're hearing from race control.
Go ahead, sorry.
Talking about the procedure, and nothing's going to happen just yet. But here is the replay. What happened through the bus stop? No contact with anybody, just total destruction.
No, probably what happened there, if we could get an in-car or a closer view, he probably hit those curbs Probably on the inside. Watch this here. Oh, it's the outside curbs. It's both. You can't do that. Those curbs are a very fickle relationship you have to have, because you do need to use them a little bit. But it's those outside curbs that are dangerous. Those are the ones that will unsettle the car, and then it'll throw you around. I've seen that happen multiple times. No yellow. Race Control has given permission for that car to tow, and they have decided, since the car's off track and out of the way, to let them race it through. I love that decision, but I was convinced I had cursed this race, Joey.
No, I'm glad Race Control did that. That makes sense. We do want to get a green flag finish, and that does make sense to let everybody keep racing here. Only 6 laps to go. Plenty that can still happen here, and plenty that can still happen here at LMP3. This is not resolved either. Delatraz versus Prestanda Nomad. That number 56 car has been desperately trying to get by Thomas Imborg in that number 8 LMP3, but he just doesn't seem to have the straight line speed to make the move. Every single time there's an attempt, every single time there's a little bit of closing, that Delatraz number 8 just flies forward. It's got to be as low downforce as a banana or something. It's flying on the straights.
As low downforce as a banana. I've got to save that somewhere. I've never heard that one before, but there you go. That's Joey Tebben at his finest, folks.
I mean, it doesn't have downforce. It's a physical fact. That is very, very dicey stuff. 3 wide with some Porsche Cup traffic into the International Horseshoe. This is the battle for P7 now. Things have fallen off a little bit, or for P6 rather. Hydra Race Geodesic and Trek Esports just trying to resolve things through the dogleg. These were 2 teams that could have won this race, Derek. They were both flying forward. Austin Young was in second. Trek Esports' Niels van Handel was moving forward, and both of them, unfortunately, they've had bad luck. They're just trying to maximize their finish. But this is the battle for the lead in Porsche Cup now. Do they have the fuel to make it to the end, though, Derek?
That is the question. As you said, once one car comes down, then you start to wonder, can anyone else do it? And we wonder, but not only do we wonder, the drivers will start to wonder. They're going to start to look at the black boxes really carefully, start doing the math, maybe start plotting the lifting, the drafting, see what happens here. I don't know if they're going to make it or not. I'm trying to do the math in my head and see what's possible here. But you see, it looks like that car in back is lifting and is kind of using that draft. He's maybe nervous. He's not for position, though, but I don't know.
Missed it a couple of moments ago. Impulse Racing was in the lead in the Porsche Cup class, but was forced down pit lane, didn't have the fuel to make it to the end, had to take a splash and dash. Second place as well, the 913 for ATRS. They had to come down as well. So will everybody up front, will Vince Peters, another driver, very, very strong in this style of car, will he be able to save the fuel to make it to the end of the race? Will SimCity's Alex Juringa be able to do it? They've only got 4 more laps to save, 4 more laps to make it to the end. Or they may just be waiting as long as possible, take the shortest possible splash of fuel, and still come out ahead of Impulse and ATRS. It's a mystery, Derek. That's how these things tend to go at the end. We're just at a total loss.
That's more of my thought, by the way, is they're just waiting to see. I mean, if it was a 1 or 2 laps to go, I'd say, oh yeah, maybe they drafted enough to save 1 or 2 laps to save enough when they were back in that 4-car battle for SimCity. But I don't see how you draft enough at Daytona in a road car, or even an oval car for that matter. I don't think you draft enough to save 5 or 6 laps. I think they're just waiting to come down. They'll come down with 1 or 2 to go. Maybe they're waiting for that safety car and they can back off of the gas and claim the victory that way. But I think they all have to come down still.
Battle in GT4, battle in the sport class is not over. Otto Pustinen still in the lead behind the wheel of the Glacier Racing McLaren. He's been up there for quite a while, but he has some very, very hungry drivers and teams and cars behind him. He's got directly behind him the famous 80s band behind There's a Light That Never Goes Out. He's got the Smits behind him. He's got Frank Smits in the Hydra Race Geodesic Porsche. And then in third, it's John Badefer in the McLaren, both for Hydra Race Geodesic, 2 very familiar liveries behind this Glacier Racing McLaren. And somehow Otto Pustinen's been able to hold him back. I think I know why he's not feeling the pressure, Derek. It's because he's a Finnish driver. They're used to the cold. They're used to the pressure. And they're used to holding off some of these most difficult challenges.
Yeah, that's the big one. They're used to holding off these difficult challenges. A lot of cars that we're seeing at the front of the fields in all 4 classes there are people we're used to seeing up here. You know, it's the first race of the season, so that experience matters. So these guys are a little bit more calm or cool under this moment than I would be if I were in that car right now.
Got a replay of some trouble in the Porsche Cup class. Coming through turn 1. A little bit of an interaction with Austin Young. More than an interaction. A little bit of, oh, no Armco contact, though. So well avoided there by, into the track, though, right into the middle of the road. It looks so good for a couple of moments, Derek, but then right on the recovery, coming back on the track.
And you said the important thing, no Armco contact, and that's important. But to me, for how narrow that infield is, no car contact is almost a bigger story there. Like, hold on, there's a pass
for the lead. Delatraz Automotive, the number 8 gets by the number 72 for Hydro Race Geodesic. That's the first change for the lead we've seen in quite a while. But the number 72 not giving up within draft range, navigating through some Porsche Cup traffic. David Duino is right there. Does he have the downforce, though? Does he have the slipperiness to catch up? It doesn't look like he does. He's going to slot back in line.
That was the move right there made by that car who made the pass. And beginning down in front of that traffic, he still got a bit of a draft out of them, but he quit drafting the Geodesic car. Hold on.
Oh, there they go. The number 72 around. The TCR involved as well. They're going to keep going. They're going to get back going in a straight line. Right in front of the GT4 leaders is the number 72 for Hydro Race Geodesic, but that is huge trouble for David Duino. Dominant and bullies another TCR out of the way as well, locking up into the International Horseshoe. But from a dominant lead, Hydro Race Geodesic have fallen to 5th and 6th.
Wow. Oh my gosh, that was so close. And you can almost see it coming for a couple laps. But look at this now. If you were to look up driving angry in the dictionary, Joey Tubman, that Geodesic car right now, he's driving angry.
Derek, one thing we've not mentioned yet, the Delatraz Automotive number 8 may be in the lead, but we did hear from Race Control a couple of laps ago. It's just now reminding us, 60-second penalty for safety car procedure infringement. They may be in the lead right now, but that's not going to last when the checkered flag flies. Unless they can pull 58 seconds in one lap, Delatraz Automotive may win this race on the track. They're not going to win it in the results. And who's in second now? It's the team that were in 10th on the restart. Trek Esports are suddenly in the race-winning position.
It's as if Joey Tubman had a time machine about an hour ago when he called this and said, hold on, look at this, 3 wide here.
Prestanda Nomad trying to come through as well. This is the pass for the lead now. We were reminded as well in the race control chat, there's a penalty for the 33 as well. 30 seconds for sporting conduct. They're not going to be able to win this race either. With 1 lap to go, Prestanda Nomad doesn't even need to make this move on track. They've got the race win in the books.
And the thing is, they may not know that. Yeah, they may not know that. Sometimes when you're a driver in a car, your team doesn't tell you. Last lap, by the way. Sorry, I'll let that out, but he may not know.
Yeah, he may not know that, so make sure you keep it on the track, and you've got the race win in the bag here, but absolute drama here with a couple of laps to go. 60 seconds for the leader, 30 seconds for second, and third place is just kind of sitting pretty, but things are not as straightforward in any other class in this field. Porsche Cup still resolving things. SimCity Racing up into the lead of the Porsche Cup class. They were 5th a couple of moments ago, but as things have cycled out, it looks like they're going to have enough fuel to make it to the end through Team Huizinga in TCR rather. But SimCity Racing in control right now. They've just got to hold off Visceral Esports for about a half a lap here, a little bit of a straight. Can they do it though? Can they nail the bus stop for one final time? Alex Giringa behind the wheel, trying to extend the gap to the Visceral 901 as far as he can. Will this be the checkered flag for Porsche Cup though, or will this be the white flag? Based on when the LMP3 leaders cross the line, I think this will be the white flag for Porsche Cup. I don't think this will be the race finish. So 1 more lap to go for our Porsche Cup competitors, and 1 more lap to go for Visceral Esports to get by. The 901 staying in line, trying to get as much draft as possible. But up front, on the track, Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage, the number 8 crossed the line. It's going to be a 60-second penalty for them after the flag, though. And third place across the line. Second place, maybe with a photo finish. Prestanda Nomad, number 56. They're going to be the winner in LMP3 when all the stewards' reviews go through. Things aren't over in Porsche Cup, though, Derek. Alex Juringa, Vince Peters, they're throwing everything at this with half a lap to go.
Yeah, now we are within the white flag for everybody. So now you see the headlights are flashing, the anger's up, the tempers are up.
It's over in sport as well, Derek. Over. Otto Pustinen behind the wheel. It's Glacier Racing who are going to come home with the win in the sport class. Well done to them. TCR, they're still racing to the finish as well. Fabian Siegman and Ricardo Ferreira for Hoisingfeld and Brabham. But this is the closest duel on the track. One final time onto the NASCAR Oval, onto the banking for Vince Peters in the 901 Visceral Esports. Number 901 hasn't been the fastest car in a straight line. Wasn't able to beat Alex Juringa in that SimCity Racing Porsche out of the line in the previous lap. He's got to nail the bus stop. The Le Mans chicane for one more time.
All right, see, he's going to get a good entry in. Needs to be a little less friendly with the brake here. Yeah, and the thing that I noticed here a little bit, and listen, turns NASCAR 2, he tends to drift up a little bit in this wrap and not hold on to it, but I think this is over. I don't think he's going to suck up here and catch him, but he's going to make a run at it. Hold on.
Is it a big enough run? Visceral Esports versus SimCity Racing, 500 kilometers, comes down to the last meter, to the line. It's a little bit of a jink to the left. It's not going to be enough, and SimCity Racing are going to come home with the win in the Cup class. Alex Juringa drives it home, and SimCity Racing are going to be ecstatic with that. It's going to be a similar type of finish in TCR, but Fabian Siegman behind the wheel of that number 148 for Team Hoisingveld. They are going to come home with the win in TCR. 4 winners, all finally resolved here at Daytona. And after 500 kilometers, Derek, LMP3 is not going to come down to a very small margin with the penalties, but look at the margins. Porsche Cup, 61 thousandths. TCR, a couple of thousandths. GT4, the sport class, a couple of thousandths. That's why we come to the IVRA ClubSport series, because after such a long race, it comes down to absolutely nothing.
It does come down to that. And then, frankly, even on track in the LMP3s, it was still a close battle. Yeah, the time penalties may affect how that finishes, but still a very close battle. And you want to keep those battles up to give yourself confidence for the rest of the season. This was a great race. I'm glad we were here for the end of it.
Just a reminder, the Delatraz Automotive LMP3 not celebrating right now. The Prestanda Nomad number 56 is celebrating because they may have finished second on the track, but that doesn't matter because they're going to finish 58 seconds ahead of the leaders with a penalty for a safety car infringement for Delatraz Automotive, with a penalty for sporting conduct for Trek Esports. It's going to be Prestanda Nomad coming home with the win in LMP3. Let's take a look at the overall finishing results after 500 kilometers of racing at Daytona. Lachlan Behrman and Prestanda Nomad, the 2-car Prestanda Nomad team, or 2-driver Prestanda Nomad team, rather, Lachlan Behrman and Jason Dilworth, they're going to come home with the win in LMP3. Delatraz Automotive looks like they're going to cycle out of the top 10 after a 60-second penalty for a safety car infringement. Trek Esports, they're going to fall back as well, which is such a shame. Niels van Hondel, maybe the star of this race with those passes in that final stint, was not enough. They're going to fall out of the top 9 at the very least. David Duino, Hydra Race Geodesic, he was teamed up with, excuse me, 4th place on track. That's going to be 2nd place on the podium, and 3rd place on the podium, it's going to be Hydra Race Geodesic as well. Austin Young brought that car to finish in that number 64. So Prestanda Nomad, Hydra Race Geodesic, Hydra Race Geodesic. That's your actual podium, and then we have to do a little bit of math. Graham Sanders, that number 62 car for Hydra Race Geodesic Racing, finishes in 6th. Bootson VDS, Kramer Racing Esports, Moradness, and Whipperman Racing. That's going to bring you to the end of the top 8, something like that. They'll figure that out at the end of the race. Team Hoisingveld didn't have quite the luck they had in TCR in LMP3, 1 minute behind the leaders. And then we start to get into the used car lot of cars with heavy damage at the end of this race. ATRS Academy, we saw Core Sim Racing absolutely destroyed. And Alex Russell is going to be questioning what happened in that JDR Graphics Sim Sport number 1 under caution, hard into the wall in one of the final corners on the oval. But Derek, in Porsche Cup, things were very, very close. SimCity Racing, 61 thousandths of a second over Visceral Esports. Wave Italy, not a lap down, actually. That's just how things cycled out with the LMP3 leaders crossing the line. They come home with a podium, and then the 2nd Visceral Esports car, the number 997, comes home in 4th, and the K. Kramer Racing Esports number 5, or number 923 rather, comes home in 5th. Olympus Esports, great comeback by Lyubov Ozretskhovskaya behind the wheel in the final stint there. Ahead of SRN Motorsports is Stephen McGarvey. Impulse Racing, ATRS Esports, and Geeks Energy Sim Racing rounded up the top 10 in the Porsche Cup class. Olympus Esports, their other car, didn't have quite the same luck, and Orion and Apex One both ran into their own sets of trouble in the Porsche Cup class. 12th and unlucky 13th for them. But the hits keep on coming. 4 classes. Glacier Racing, 0.5 of a second at the end of 500 kilometers over Hydro Race Geodesic. It was another 2-3 finish for Hydro Race Geodesic. John Badefer brought the number 462 home in 3rd place. SimCity Racing, a 4th place finish for them in sport as well after their win in Porsche Cup. That brings them some good championship points. Ahead of German Sim Racing, Impulse, Wave Italy, Core, RJD, and Huge Ass Racing. Giovanni Romano brought that car home at the end of the top 10. Hyperion Racing, outside of the top 10, and their debut this season, I believe, under the Hyperion Racing name. The Archer Brothers round out the top dozen. Then it's Apex One, Sabelt Esports, Echelon, Prestanda Nomad, World of Sim Racing, Satellite Racing, K. Kramer Racing Esports, and our friends of the Rusty Spatulas down to the end of the top 20. We've started to get into the used car lot. Geeks Energy and Fiercely Forward, Heavy Damage. XPD Emerald Racing, some very big damage as well. But one more class comes, and then we're done. TCR, Team Hoistingfeld, 0.1 of a second over Brabham Esports. That's all it came down to. Fabian Siegman brought that car home ahead of Ricardo Ferreira. Both of those teams fought very, very hard over the course of 500 kilometers. Then it was Hydro Race Geodesic, their 3rd podium in 3 classes. Impulse Racing, Wave Italy, Obsidian, XPD Emerald, Gorio, and Core down to the end of the top 9. That was it in TCR, the only class where there were no DNFs, Derek. Everybody was able to bring it to the end. And after 500 kilometers, what more can we say? That was absolute drama. The safety car came out at just the right time. And what a race it was.
What a race it was, and what an exciting finish it was. Sometimes that's the beauty of endurance racing, is it at the end of 500 kilometers, nearly, 3 hours of racing, 1/10 of a second is what we're talking about.
We're going to try and do some finagling. We're going to try and catch our drivers for the post-race interviews, talk to our race winners. So we'll be back in just a moment while we go find our drivers and finagle them back. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a couple of moments. Yeah, unfortunately, we're having some technical difficulties there. Going to try and resolve what to do here. I think if we do have some of our race winners in team speak, so I think we may talk to them over there. We're going to take a couple of moments here, but we will have your race winners here. Having a few technical difficulties, but we will talk to the race winners tonight. There'll just be a few more moments. So apologies for the technical difficulties, but we'll talk to you in just a few moments. All right, everybody. Apologies for the technical difficulties there, but we do have things resolved, and we are ready to talk to some of our race winners. We'll start with Jason Dilworth, who's here representing the Prestanda Nomad number 56. Jason, you and the team finished second on track but it's going to be a first place at the end of it all with the penalties from Delatraz Automotive. How are you racing on that final lap, knowing that that some of the penalties were coming for your competitors, maybe even not knowing that, and how are you approaching that?
Well, thanks, guys. Yeah, we did know, first of all, that the 8 had a penalty, so that was useful to know, and we were just tucked in behind for that latter part of that stint. Happy with net second, ultimately. But then the other car had their spin in T1, and all of a sudden, okay, we're fighting for the win. All went a bit crazy there in the last couple of laps, but Lachlan did an amazing job and got us that net win. And just while I'm on Lachlan, just to point out what a great moment that is for him. That is his very first drive with not just us as a team, but in a team event. He's never done anything outside of the official iRacing races. That was the first time he's done a driver swap, and he's gone and made a last lap maneuver for a win in an endurance race. Couldn't be more proud of him.
We'll talk about making your debut. That's certainly one way to do it. Hopefully next time we come around here for the next race in about a month's time, we'll get to talk to you, we'll get to talk to Lachlan, and just maybe we'll see you guys in victory lane again. Congratulations on the win, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks' time for the next event.
Thank you so much, guys. Cheers.
Jason Dilworth representing Prestanda Nomad, teammates with Lachlan Behrman, and that is your LMP3 winners at the end of it all. We've got our Porsche Cup winners as well. SimCity Racing is here. Alex Jaringa and Dalton Zavadil. SimCity Racing here in the IVRA ClubSport series. You guys have really come onto the scene here in the Endurance Racing League scene, and you've come home with the first Porsche Cup win of the season. How does that feel?
Oh, very good. I'm still like shaking from the last lap. The last lap was like really intense. My heart was like pounding so much, but it feels really good. You know, starting the season with a win. I don't know how Dalton feels about it, but Dalton.
Do we have a copy with you, Dalton? Mr. Z, are you there? Well, bad luck. We got some technical difficulties with our old buddy Mr. Z. But Alex, while you're here, we saw some fuel troubles. The Impulse Racing, number 915, they didn't have enough fuel to make it to the end. They had to make a final stop. Did you have any concerns about actually being able to make it to the end?
There were initially some concerns, but you know, with how we did the first portion of the race and our strategy, eventually, because of the caution, we could do the entire stint from the end of the caution. So we were lucky, but then at the same time, it was just brilliant strategy.
It's brilliant strategy indeed. SimCity Racing coming home with the Porsche Cup win. We'll see you guys in a couple of weeks for the next event, but for now, congrats on that win, and forward our congrats to Dalton. I don't think we can hear him, and he can't hear us either.
Yeah,
we'll make sure he knows what's going on. But the number 971, Alex Jaringa and Dalton Zavadil coming home with a win in the Cup class. But Derek, you get to catch up with our winners in the Sport class in GT4. Yanni Hagner and Ati Pustin are here from Glacier Racing.
Yeah, Glacier Racing had a great moment today, guys. It came down to a pretty close battle there for the win. What was those last couple of laps like for you?
Yeah, well, they were pretty interesting and you know, hard racing. But yeah, we had confidence in our car. We knew that we had a good top speed on the straight. So yeah, we were pretty comfortable, even though there were cars quite close behind us.
So I'm curious to hear from either one of you. How much did the safety car change your strategy? That came out with about 25, 30 laps to go. How much did that change your strategy for the end of the race?
Well, it's changed that I drew the last stint. Originally, Joni would have been the driver to finish the race, but yeah, then we made this switch during the last caution. But other than that, no much changes to our strategy.
So it seemed like the story of the day for the GT4 class almost was traffic, and not just of GT4s, but of the multi-class. You guys seem to be surrounded all day. How scary was the traffic? Was it as ferocious on track as it looked from up above?
Well, yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, that looks pretty ferocious, but yeah, I think the traffic worked very well today, and yeah, there were some close situations, but in the end, everything worked pretty well, and yeah, certainly an interesting race, this one.
All right, well, got about a month or so, a little bit more than a month to prepare for the next one. So I guess we'll see you in about a month. And congrats on your win.
Yep, we'll do that then. Okay, thank you.
All right, once again, that's Glacier Racing. Congrats to them on the GT4 or the Sport Class win, Joey. There you go.
Yeah, one more team to talk to. 4 classes here in the GSI Club Sports Series by IVRA, and we've got representative from our TCR winners. Team Huizinga, number 148, Fabian Siegman. You brought the car home. How intense was that, though, with Brabham Esports breathing down your neck for basically the entire final stint?
It was really intense. Actually, we joked a bit about after like half of the race that it's don't want to say boring, but it's a pretty much straightforward race. We all expected multiple cautions somehow, and they didn't come in the beginning, and then we were a bit scared that it's just a straight race to the flag. But the caution came, and actually it was quite good for us because we had some, I think, 10 seconds gap to the leaders, which was then brought down to basically 0. And yeah, from then it was like sprint racing, really intense, and of course with the draft, yeah, not easy. And even in the last lap we were thinking about, is it better to be first or second, and to make kind of a slingshot move to the finish line. But yeah, we had a slight gap and it was enough. So yeah, really happy to start the season like that.
Best way to start the season. 5 rounds to go, though. It's a long season. Road America coming up next. A little bit longer of a race. Definitely a different track than Daytona. How are you going to approach that in the coming months and try and go 2 for 2 in the first 2 rounds of the season?
Yeah, probably. I think the approach is similar, with a little bit more wing on the car, I guess. But in the end, yeah, it's also a track with long straights. Drafting will also be important. Traffic management is always important, and in the end, the nice thing about IVRA is that you always have those kind of tactic games. So you can't really set yourself a game plan and just execute it, because you have to react to whatever happens in the race. So yeah, we try to be fast, and then it should be alright.
Simple as that. Fabian Siegman, thanks for coming to join us. Congratulations on the win. Forward our thanks to the rest of the team, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks' time at Road America.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Team Huizinga coming home with the win in TCR. But what a opening race to open this season, Derek, in the GSI Club Sports Series by IVRA. We had a great season opener in its own right in the IVRA Endurance Series last week at Sebring. Came down to similar margins, and what luck. Things come down just as close. Thousandths of a second, tenths of a second separating every class, and 4 very deserving winners going home with the win. But Derek, now we take a little bit of a nap, a month to go until Road America comes up on November the 4th. And I personally can't wait for it. I might have to go into a coma for the next month and just wake up for that.
I'm excited. There's plenty of racing that happened that day at Road America, and we're going to Road Atlanta and some other great tracks to finish off that schedule. I think we're going to see it in a moment there. Look at that. So it's going to be Road America, Road Atlanta, Indianapolis Road Course, VIR, and then we'll end the place there at Interlagos and back in March, or ahead in March of next year. So I'm excited for this schedule. I'm here for it, and I appreciate you working with me today.
Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure to watch fantastic racing like this. This is why we come to IVRA. And if you want to continue the discussion, maybe talk about your favorite moments from this race, hashtag IVRA on your favorite flavors of social media. But that's going to be it for us tonight. Congratulations, Prestanda Nomad in LMP3, SimCity Racing in Cup, Glacier Racing in the Sport class, and Team Huizinga in TCR. 4 winners at the end of 500 kilometers of Daytona. They're going to be sitting pretty and sleeping gracefully for the next month. But for now, I've been Joey Tebben. Derek Watson has been Derek Watson. Our producer has been Dustin Ollis. And until we see you next time, so long.